jacket.
And Ali Kerbishley, I know that you, as an ex-400-metre runner of some renown, Scottish record holder you were. Are you still?
Still.
You still are?
Still.
All these years later?
Can you believe?
My word.
Well, do you know, when I broke it, Lindsay MacDonald had it for about 40-odd years. No, she hadn't. She'd had it for about...
a long time.
About nearly 20 years, I think. So everyone was talking about that.
But I was going to say, you're now, you're obviously all over the sprints. You love it. But actually, because, of Steve Cram, your partnership with Steve Cram, you're actually getting your head around the middle distances very impressively these days. We will be testing you.
I started in the sport as an 8:15 runner. I hated 1500 and cross country. But I think now, when I look back, I sort of would align myself much more with Jenny Meadows. I think I'm a 4:8 runner. I just didn't get the opportunity. I sort of took my attentions off into the hurdles and then had terrible knee problems and everything else, but went back to the 800 just at the end of my career, and I think actually that probably would have been where I sat. So I think what I enjoy about the 8s, the 15s, and obviously indoors 3K, it's a game of chess, isn't it? It gives you can hold your attention for that long, and it's not necessarily always the fastest that wins. That's what I like about distance running. It's the brains. You find the athletes that come in with a racing brain, that tactically know where to position themselves.
Well, hardly anybody retires on their own terms. You retired because of injury, Ali. I wonder how we're going to go with this one. Hopefully no injuries in this first event of the day, Scott.
Yeah, this is the lineup. Sylvan and Wabzor and Belinda Sargent. This is Michelle Uleku from Harrow. Big smile from her, only 19 years of age, has jumped close to 13 metres this year. Reece Robinson and that Welsh Athletics top, Jackie Barnett Harrier. I mean, it's fairly even. We've got a lot of athletes around that 12-metre mark. A couple of the athletes we'll see in a second. Yasmin Hullen, one of the Hullen sisters. Only Jasmine here today. Adelaide Omito Wuju, 25 years of age. One of the athletes in this field that has jumped over 13 metres this year. She's the 13:32 athlete of the best. This is a UK leader. Where's that red bib? Because she is top of the tree at the moment. Georgina Ford Wells, Woodford Green and Essex ladies athlete. 13:56 her best. And this is Amy Waugh, a real talent, 20 years of age. She's been building very nicely over the last few years. She's jumped 13:21. Excited to see where this women's triple jump will lead us, because yesterday we had an absolutely cracking long jump final. Blows between Alice Hopkins and Jade O'Dowda, with Hopkins taking the win with a big jump in the fifth round, 6 metres 59, and it was a cracking final couple of rounds.
Yeah, and I thought she was actually going to better that in that final round, because her 59 looked so comfortable. She looked great on the runway, and actually 59's putting, I mean, sadly just outside the qualifying, but that actually ranks her pretty high. That's sort of top 20, 25 or so in Europe, but we've got our first athlete on the runway.
Yeah, that's Wabazor. First attempt. That's a red light. No red flag. We're all digital these days. No plasticine either. So, yeah, it's a bit more technical with the jumps, improving the technology, cameras spotting everything. And that's a foul in the first round. Silver. Great name. Would maybe fancy the gold, I'm sure. She's heard that a few times.
I was going to say, she's probably not heard that before.
Never heard it before. I mean, Lucy Bronze, I mean, isn't there a footballer?
Yeah, there is. From my neck of the woods.
Gold is a fairly common name. It is unique, though. Have you ever heard of somebody's first name, Silver? Hi-ho. Oh, never mind. Straight over the head.
I was
Sergeant there.
Come on, you can allow us a little grin.
too early.
Hi-ho.
Bit of that tape on that.
Called hi-ho by a mate.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure in University of Glasgow they go around with that. Maybe in a Glaswegian accent. We'll see. Belinda Sargent, though, second athlete. That's her first attempt. The second jump of the competition. It is a fairly early start for these athletes. Fortunately, unlike yesterday, we've managed to start the programme on time. Yesterday, you would have seen across various news outlets and stuff, we had a delayed start to the competition. There was an evacuation of the building because of the sprinklers going off due to a bit of a fire in the kitchen as Uleku fires down the runway. Oh, that was way behind the board and just skipping into the pit. So we're delighted we can actually start on time. Both Belinda Sargent and Silva Nwabuzor with fouls. That's 11.98 for Uleku, and she goes into an early lead. And that Harrow vest. This is Reece Robinson. We didn't originally have Reece Robinson on our entries a couple of days ago, but she is here and has appeared and wears that Welsh vest. And Robinson, part of the Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers club.
I was going to say, it's an interesting one. Welsh, but Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. Yeah. And it's also a strange one, isn't it? That athletes, I mean, it's been the rule for years and years, and athletes are proudly allowed to wear their national vests. And their club officials are probably thinking, hang on a minute, you're a Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier, where's your club vest?
Yeah, that's one of the requirements for this UK Indoor Championships. You have to wear a club or national vest. University vest is not allowed, representative vest are. That was a solid first attempt for Robinson. Clean on the board, gets some claps. 11.98's the leading jump in the competition from Michelle Uleku. Waiting to see if that does get the green light. I think it does. She was well behind the board.
I'm sure I saw a Loughborough vest yesterday. At least one Loughborough vest yesterday.
I think I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely
I
something
think
in
you can wear your university vest.
No, definitely. I read this the other day. On
Really?
Requirement
well,
of the athletes.
let's have a retrospective disqualification then. Or something.
Yes, maybe we will. The African Violet of Loughborough University, of course.
Here's Jasmine Holland, the Northern champion a couple of years ago. 9th in these championships 2 years back. Holland. Now, modest targets so far. 11.98 the lead by Michelle Uleku. Holland, well, she's a 12.51 jumper at her best indoors. That looks a little over 12 metres maybe. Such a difficult event to master. It takes enormous strength, coordination. That ability to maintain the speed through the phases, not decelerate each time you slap down and hit the ground. Holland there, 12.11, takes the lead, and that's a super open-up from Holland. She can go another 40 centimetres further, but that's not a bad start at all. Good, gives you something to base sets your confidence up nicely, Scott.
Yeah, exactly. Got to get one in nice and early. Taking an early lead is good. Something to build off. A nice smile from her as she looked up into the stands towards her coach as well. And she'll try and build off that. 12.11, 11.98 and 11.89. The three jumps from three athletes so far in this competition. Omito Woju. That looked good. That looked close to 13 metres. Well, we said she was one of the three in this competition that has gone over 13 so far in her career. And she was high-stepping, lovely stride down the runway. Oh, 12.97 it's come up as. That's a big jump in the opening round, and she adds over 80 centimetres to Jasmine Holland's jump previously, so she has a big lead.
And that's going to take some catching. She is third best on the UK rankings this winter with 13.27. Very close to a lifetime best of 13.32, the Harrow athlete. Next to go, Ford Wells. Georgina Ford Wells. She's a 13.56 jumper at her best. And that's pretty big too. That might well take the lead. Oh, what a shame. Red flag, or red light, I should say. So used to been saying red flag for the last 30 years. Comes out naturally. But that was a super effort. I mean, she'll watch that, a replay of that, and be frustrated, but at the same time reinforced that she's in fine form, I guess, Scott.
Yeah, very nice indeed. And I mean, look, she's jumped over 13.50. That looks close to 13.50. She was over the board by 10 centimetres or so, but I think that will be a marker for her which she'll be looking to achieve once again in this competition, because it's such a big jump so early on. It really does just start to put the feelers out for everybody else. But somebody here, Amy Wall, that can get over 13 metres, well, that is going to be a foul. Well over the board. I think she knew. So, 8 athletes, and 4 of them are fouled in the first round. We saw quite a lot of fouls in the opening 3 rounds in the women's long jump yesterday as well, didn't we?
I think it's the athletes getting used to the quick surface, because Birmingham is known for both the pole vault and the long jump and triple jump runways are pretty quick. And I think if you've not raced here, you've not competed here, you know, it's literally finding your feet and just judging your pace. I think that's what makes the long and triple jumps so interesting. You know, I used to joke with fellow athletes and go, surely it's easy, hit the board every time. But I think it's knowing the pace judgment, knowing the track surface.
Here's Silva and Wabuzor. No jump in the first round. And gets the green light this time. Yeah, so takes the pressure off herself.
It looked pretty good, didn't it?
It did look pretty good, yeah. She's a 12.42 jumper at her best. If she can hit something around that, she will, and she has. 12.28, moves into second place. Still that very impressive lead by Momituodu, 12.97, but 12.28, I'm sure that's not going to be good enough for Silva by the end of the day, but for Silva and Wabuzor in round 2, it's second place at the moment.
Yeah, only 14 centimetres off her personal best she's already set this season, which is great to see. 9th on the UK rankings. Belinda Sargent then, next on the runway. She's jumped 12.53 before. Sargent, who, well, she's down in the top 30 in the UK, hasn't jumped over 12 metres so far this season, and she's going to be just a bit short of 12 metres there, but it's in line with her season's best. Great to see this head-on shot. She's still got a bit of room on the board. So just having a word with her coach. 11.84, that's the season's best for Belinda Sargent. She's edging closer to that 12-metre mark. She will have 4 more attempts.
So on the runway then is the athlete currently in 4th place, opened with 11 metres 98, Michelle Yakikue, the Harrow AC athlete. Came 8th in these championships a couple of years ago. She's been at this a little while now, learning her trade. Oh, that looked like it, but it's well beyond 12 metres. It would be an improvement if she gets the green light. No, it's a red. That's a shame. That's a shame, but she's really attacking it. It's good to see from a youngster. 11.98 in round 1. And she will, I'm sure, have a look at that replay. Even though it was a marginal foul, she's gone way beyond 12 metres. I reckon that was about 12.30. That would have put her up into 2nd or 3rd place. There it is, straight away. A little bit of feedback from coach. 7th in these championships last year, surely. Significantly better now a year on.
Yeah, she's jumped 12.85 this season, so she can go much further. She's 6th ranked athlete in the UK this year. 12.85 is her personal best. I think she was just having a word with her coach Keith Fleming up there, who was a good jumper himself, developing a lot of young talents in the horizontal jumps. And Robinson, good on the board, nice into the pit. 11.89 was her first round attempt. I think that's going to be just a touch further. She had a bit of room on the board. Important for her to get another jump in, just edging closer towards that 12-metre mark. And it's 12.11 for Reece Robinson. Good second round attempt from her.
Well, they're beginning to pack pretty tightly, aren't they? So only, some 30 centimetres or so, less than that, between second and sixth at the moment, as Holland gets ready to go. She's lying in fourth place with 12 metres 11 is Jasmine Holland, Northern champion a couple of years back, 22 years old. Came a sixth in these championships last year, currently in fourth with that 12-11 opener, and only in fourth because of countback. Reece Robinson's jumped the same distance. That looks very similar. Gets the green light. It's good to see. Reece Robinson's also jumped 12-11 in the second round, but with an 11.89 first round effort. She was holding third. I think if this is beyond 11.89, she'll move into third place here, Jasmine Holland, the Cillian Sheffield athlete. Yes, she will. 12.27, so she improves right up against Silva and Wabazor's 12.28 in the second round, and Wabazor in second, and Holland now in third. So good progress.
So then, let's take a look at the schedule for today, the timetable. We'll finish about 4 p.m, so if you want to sit down with a cup of tea and your lunch and then your early afternoon snack as well. This triple jump and the high jump starting at the moment in around 15 minutes or so's time. We will have the heats of the women's 200 metres, 5 heats going in that through to the semi-finals a little later on. And then the men's heats of the 200 metres, we've got 5 heats of that as well. Britain's Joe Ferguson, top of the rankings this year, looking to take a national title here. And then we go through to the walks, we've got the men's long jump as well, and then back into the semi-finals for the 200s. We're on time today, no evacuation of the arena this morning like yesterday, so we'll be rolling on through nicely, Tim.
Yeah, that was difficult yesterday, wasn't it? For those who were already in the arena, the officials, all the staff had to evacuate the entire Utilita arena, and we were delayed 90 minutes yesterday. But yep, on schedule so far on what is a rather nice Sunday outside. There's the end of the day finals all the way through to that women's 800 final at 10 to 4. We'll be off air around 4 o'clock. We've got to decide the performance of the day as well, straight after that women's 800 final, as we did yesterday. Fabulous competition through yesterday, several finals, and so many through today.
Adelaide Omito-Woju there with her second round attempt. It was unfortunately a foul. She still leads the competition with 12.97. Georgina Ford-Wells is up next, and she had an absolute monster foul in the first round, which, well, she was over the board by 10 or 15 centimetres or so, but it was certainly in the 13 mids, which would lead this competition by a clear margin. So Georgina Ford-Wells, second in the UK this year, behind Temi Ajura, who is based out in the States. Georgina Ford-Wells, still a youngster, really. She's a UK champion already. She was fifth indoors last year here with 12.78, and that's nicely on the board. And my goodness, she really does fling herself in that final phase. It's close to 13 metres, not as big as her first round attempt, but it's legal. That's the main thing, and will put some pressure on Adelaide Omito-Woju's leading jump. 12.94 it's come up as, 3 centimetres off the lead. Georgina Ford-Wells with her first legal jumps now sits in second.
That's perfectly poised, isn't it? Really tight between first and second, and very tight as well between third, fourth and fifth at the moment. And Wabazor lying in third place with 12.28, but fourth is 12.27 to Jasmine Holland. Warren next to go, Amy War, third in this championships last year. She's the only athlete yet to record a mark. She does close this second round with this effort. The Windsor Slough Eton and Harrow athlete is ranked fourth in the UK with 13.21, so if she can get up 13 metres here, she'd take the lead. Oh, that looks just below 13 metres, but I think it was yes, well beyond the front edge of the board. Unfortunately, a second no jump for Ward, the only athlete yet to record a mark. As you mentioned, Ali, it's a quick runway this, and the athletes get some time on it to get used to it. But if it's a really quick surface, then they are going to get to the board a bit sooner. And now she's got to move her mark back and just get a mark in the third round. Got to move her takeoff marker back, what, 20 centimetres, something like that. So her third jump, so effectively a safety jump.
And it's always such an odd one for me, because then you almost put more effort into it. So you move your mark back, but then you are so conscious that you then attack it again, and it's such fine margins.
Well, it's going to be another foul. Nwabuzor was well over the board there. She got 12.28 in the second round. This is the first attempt of the third round for all athletes, and that is a foul. She still stays in third though, and you have to be aggressive, don't you, on the runway, but you've got to try and measure it and sight the board from some way out.
Yeah, and I think that's why the triple jump is in contrast to the long jump. You need that rhythm. And so rather than the attack, explosive, hit the board and fly out in the long jump, they need to, you see the swinging of the arms, it is so rhythmical, but at the same time, like Tim mentioned, they have to be strong, they have to hit the floor, be able to take the impact and transfer it into the next phase of their jump.
Here's Belinda Sargent, and 11.84 in round two. That looks better. Does she get the green light? Yes, she does. That looks better. That looks beyond 12 metres. That gets her into the conversation. 11.84 at the moment in round two after opening no jump. She's down in 7th place. But that surely will put her right up there. It looks to be, to me, marginally over 12. And Sargent, yes, moves into 5th place with that. 12.15. So she's up there in the conversation now for the minor medals at least. While Omitowoju with 12.97 and Ford Wells with 12.94 are quite some way out in front, battling out first and second.
Well, Michelle Uleku sits in 7th in this competition. She fouled her second round attempt. She'll be looking for a bit more. She would only need 30 centimetres to equal Nwabuzor's bronze medal jump. There's a long approach compared to some of the other athletes that are going off much shorter run-ups. She's got a lot of speed and she's flying down the runway. That's good on the board. Controls the phases really well, and that's over 12 metres. Well, it's going to be a big improvement. Just how much of an improvement? She's jumped 12.85 this year, which is a personal best for Michelle Uleku. That's 12.48, and she is shot up into third behind Adelaide Omitowoju and Georgina Ford Wells.
Well, they're warming to the task here, aren't they? All 7 of the athletes who've recorded a mark so far will be on 12 metres, waiting for the first 13-metre plus jump. Robinson next to go. Now, Reece Robinson, late entrant. She wasn't on the original entry, but has appeared on the start list this morning. So some generous officiating, I think you could say, in years gone by. That would have been given up. No, you're absolutely not in. 12.11 in the second round, has it down in 7th place. Oh, sits back on that one a little bit. It's close to 12 metres. Gets the green light, but I'm not sure if that's an improvement. It's funny because she's got really good takeoff speed. She generates a lot of momentum, but then loses so much of that on the first hop. And that's the skill of this discipline. Ali was talking about the rhythm of the event, but it's maintaining that momentum, not just the rhythm of movement, but the rhythm of speed, keeping it steady throughout each of the 3 efforts. 11.95, now going in the wrong direction. She looks happy enough, but she stays down in 7th place.
So Jasmine Holland, who currently sits in 5th in this competition, looking for a big jump, getting the crowd involved. What can Holland do here? Needs 21 centimetres to equal the bronze medal position. It's not going to be any improvement, I don't think. She gets the green light. It's a legal jump. How much further will it be? 12.22. It's no improvement for Jasmine Holland. Well, it's a consistent jump. He's got 3 legal jumps as well, so he's doing well to sight the board today, but needs a bit more to try and challenge that bronze medal position. Still 3 rounds to go in this triple jump.
It's the most consistent series of the day by miles, isn't it? All of them within a few centimetres, each of those 3 efforts. Omitowoju, though, the competition leader, opened with that 12.97, which has a slender lead now. Georgina Ford-Wells, 12.94, just 3 centimetres back with her second round effort. So Omitowoju now a chance to get into the 13-metre range where she has been plenty of times before. Her lifetime best 13.32. She was English champion in 2023 and last year, so she's a good, consistent performer at championship level. Ranked UK number 3 with 13.27 this year. That looks better. That looks better. Does she get the... No, it's a red light. Frustrating. So frustrating. That's no jumps in the second and third rounds, but that one looks as though she was way beyond 13 metres. How big a foul was it? I don't think by much.
I don't think it was at all. We're not getting, unfortunately, a shot of the board. So we can't see from here. My eyes aren't that good. I need to get the binoculars out, I think. But yeah, she's on the runway, and just her whole technique is so much more compact. You know, she looks a class above. It's just unfortunate that she's just peppering that foul board. But you know, her arm swing and everything about her is so steady, and she's able to transfer the speed that she's getting on the runway, which is significant speed. Into her jump and into her 3 phases.
So next athlete on the runway is Georgina Ford-Wells. Here she goes. Leading athlete in the competition, always big, but it's going to be a foul. Wow, she was around 13.5 metres, similar to her first attempt, which is around 13.5 metres, but also a foul.
The final jump phase is phenomenal. You know, she's got all of the skills, but it's just nailing the takeoff.
Oh, well, I think it has been given a green flag. We were thinking it might be a foul.
No, it definitely was showing up as a red, because that's why she was...
I'm just looking at that green smiley face on the scoreboard.
Well, just having the men's high jump field introduced to us here in the arena. That's how high jump gets underway. Well, actually, about now. There might be a few minutes late starting, and the first track action, if you've just joined us, is due off in 5 minutes. That's the women's 200-metre heat. So let's have a look at this men's high jump field. Charlie Husbands will be first to jump out of the 10 finalists here. Otis Poole is a late entrant. He'll be second in the jumping order, the Ayton District AC athlete. There is the local man in front of the home crowd, Charlie Husbands, 6th in the UK Championships last year. Otis Poole, the Ayton District AC athlete, just 17 years old, but he's a growing fourth, the Team Bath athlete. Luke Ball is third in the jumping order, just 20 years old, Luke Ball, English junior champion and GB Junior International, of course. And then Ryan Webb is a 2:20 jumper at his absolute best, the Bournemouth AC athlete at 27. Promises to be very, very tight, competitive, this one, Scott, as we see this field go through Ryan Webb, Tom Hughes, and Harry Wiley from Notts AC.
Yeah, it's going to be close, isn't it? We've got a sort of similar standard of jumpers here competing, and all of them will fancy their chances. King Coward is one of those, alongside Sam Davis, and this man, Kamani Jack, always loves a big jump. He's done 2 metres 18 this year, so we'll fancy something around that. And Akin Coward is 28 years of age now, that can get close to 220 on his day. So the first height they will go to is 195, which is comfortable for all of these athletes. It certainly should be. And then we'll go to 199 and then 203, and then we'll start to get towards the business. So it's up at 4 centimetres every time, starting from 195. And Silva and Wabazor will go next. The first effort in the 4th round. Wabazor from the University of Glasgow. 12 metres 28. Puts her in 4th at the moment. That was her second round attempt. She's only got one legal jump so far. She started the competition.
Well, we can move over to the track now. The first of 5 heats in the women's 200 metres. The athletes out on the track and ready to go while these field finals entertain the crowd that has built really well over the last half hour or so. The stadium about 70% full. There's the lineup. Jasmine Moss goes in lane 3, the Gateshead Harriers and AC athlete. 24 years old now, 3rd in these championships 3 years ago, Moss. We'll start from the outside though. Stephanie Brooks from the 8th District, 24.67 this season. No, 2 100s shy of her lifetime best, Brooks. Second the Welsh indoors earlier on this year, Brooks. Alicia Bell, European under-23 relay gold medalist over 4x100, the Gift North athlete. Second in the World Youths back in 2019. She's still only 21. There's Olivia Hayes. She goes in lane 4, the Exeter Harriers athlete. She's only 18, the youngest in the race, the only teenager. 24.77 is her lifetime best this winter. And Jasmine Moss, as I mentioned, the British University champion last year for Gateshead Harriers, 24 years old, best of 23.88. Her first 200 of the year, this. Qualifying from these 5 heats, it's the first 2 who go through by right to the semi-finals from each of these heats, with 5 non-automatic qualifiers. Quite soft qualifying in a way, because most of these races have got, there's 5 heats, 4 of them have got 4 athletes, 1 has got 5 athletes. So the first 2 from each heat go through by right, and 5 non-automatic qualifying spots for a second run. Well, away they go, and looking very sprightly over the first 50 metres or so. Alison Bell down the back straight. She's already up on the Stephanie Brooks, and going into this second bend. Also going well on the inside is Jasmine Moss, the British University's champion. They come round into the straight, and it's very tight between these 2. The first 2 go through. Remember this for a better lane in the semi-finals, and it is on the outside there. Brooks, Stephanie Brooks, who takes the win, and that winning time 23.78 from Stephanie Brooks. Now, according to our stats, that is a big personal best if it's confirmed. Yeah, no wonder she's smiling. 23.78. Very impressive indeed by Stephanie Brooks. If it's confirmed, wait and see.
It was Alison Bell from lane 5.
Bell, excuse me. Do you know what?
Finalist
it's because you
yesterday in the
can't
60.
see the outside lane from up here.
Yeah.
God, that's so annoying. My apologies. Wow. And yeah, you couldn't even see the outside lane. It's Alison Bell, Moss, taking second place.
I mean, we really are up in the ceiling, aren't we?
Dear,
Because we
dear.
can just about see lane 3 from where we are.
I mean, that is not great, is it? Yeah. So Alison Bell 23.78, Moss 23.84. Not far behind. It was tight between those 2. They both qualified by right. Personal best there for Moss in second place, Ali.
Yeah, great run from Moss. Coached by Richard Kilty, hails from my neck of the woods. Gateshead Harrier, and obviously Joy Eze yesterday for Gateshead did the job in the 60 metres. So really impressive running from Jasmine Moss from an earlier lane. That inside lane, we'll see many of these athletes, or the officials will leave first and second lanes empty. It's known, which is why the 200 isn't run at championship level now, at international championship level, Europeans and Worlds, because they deem the first two lanes as, I guess, too difficult. And we'd get to a European Championships final so many times, wouldn't we, Tim? And the athletes that were drawn in those inside lanes would just not bother turning up.
Exactly. They wouldn't even show up. Having gone through the qualifying rounds, made the final, they'd go, what is the point? Yeah. And it was the right way to be, I guess.
Yeah, I think, when you're at a disadvantage when you're even lining up, then it does become questionable. I mean, I know I throw it out there now that the tracks and the sort of shallow banking of the tracks now, and the tech that's gone into everything around indoor track building, I would say bring it back. I mean, some of the times we're seeing now internationally over 200, are up there. I mean, when you look back to the world record still held by the great Merlin Ottey, the flying Jamaican, back in 1993 at 21:87. I just think it's such a lovely event when it's run at this highest level. And the strength of Alison Bell was on show from Gifford North there, winning from lane 5 in 23:78, and a personal best for Jasmine Moss of Gateshead to qualify for the semi-final.
That was Ryan Webb in the high jump, Bournemouth AC athlete, the bar at 195, and that was a foul for him, so we'll have 2 more attempts to get over.
Back to this triple jump. Now, we are in the 4th round. Holland next to go. There's her 3 efforts so far. She's still down in 7th place, even though she's one of the few to have recorded 3 valid efforts in the first 3 rounds. 12:27, her best came in round 2. The lead still held by Mtawoju with 12:97 in round 1. She fouled out in rounds 2 and 3. Georgina Ford-Wells has only had 1 valid mark from 3 rounds. That was 12:94 in round 2. She's in 2nd place. And that again looks around 12 metres from Holland. She gets the green light, but very, very consistent jumping from Jasmine Holland. Just not quite hitting those big marks as yet. No, 11:96, no improvement. Stays in 7th.
So heat 2 of the women's 200 metres. It's the first 2 that automatically go through to those semi-finals, which are at 1:30, an hour and a half. Scarlett Thomas-Wright, 20 years of age, one of the fastest in this lineup of 4 athletes. Will fancy her chances of making those semi-finals. Ella Blakey goes in lane 5 for Derby, 25 years of age. Ella Blakey, and the Northern Indoor champion this year, semi-finalist here a couple of years ago. Maddie Waffles from Solihull, just down the road at the University of Birmingham as well. 21 years of age now, run 24:10 this season, in good form. And Millie Webb, the Cardiff athlete, 19 years of age, youngest in this field, Webb, and she's a Welsh under-20 indoor champion this year. So top 2 to go through. Mark has been set under 24 seconds by Alison Bell in that first heat. It's Webb on the inside, then Waffles, Blakey and Thomas-Wright on the outside. Heat 2 of the women's 200 metres. I see why. Strong start by Thomas-Wright on the outside. Blakey trying to chase her down. Waffles starting to move as well, and it's some work to do for Webb on the inside, but Blakey now just starting to move on the inside shoulder. She's dragging Thomas-Wright along with her, and it's going to be a race off the bank towards the finish line. Blakey has an edge. Thomas-Wright will try and respond. Waffles closing quickly, and Thomas-Wright pulling away on the outside. 24:35. Well, she was tentative through the first 100. Blakey came up on her shoulder, and then using that extra decline off the final bend, Scarlett Thomas-Wright storming to take the win. 24:35 the official result. Ella Blakey 24:47, just outside her best. And then Maddie Waffles was finishing quickly, 24.56. There are 5 non-automatic qualifying spots for the semi-finals. Wapples at the moment in a good position to get one of those, but just see Blakey here being overtaken by Thomas Wright, and yeah, that extra strength in the finish paying off.
Well, the first 3 in Heat 1 were quicker than Blakey in second place in that one. It was fast, that first heat, 23.78 by Bell. But anyway,
there's the result. Thomas Wright 24.35, Blakey 24.47, and Maddie Wapples, I think she will have a slightly nervous wait to see whether she's got one of those non-automatic spots. There's Georgina Ford-Wells, 12.94 in the second round for her. She's currently second in the triple jump. She gets the green light. She's only 3 centimetres off the lead from Adelaide Omito-Woju. How much further can she go? 13.36. That's an absolute monster jump. And Georgina Ford-Wells takes the lead in round 4. Pressure is on with Omito-Woju to jump next.
that is a fabulous effort. It's only 10 centimetres off her season's best, Scott. And only she and Temi Ojora, the top of the rankings, who sadly is not jumping today, have gone further than that. Here's the athlete who, from her very first effort, her only valid effort so far, held the lead with 12.97. Adelaide Omito-Woju from Harrow AC. Now getting the crowd behind her. We're getting to the meat of this competition now. That's a serious lead for Georgina Ford-Wells. 39 centimetres. Can Omito-Woju find it? Well, it's solid, and it might be around 13 metres. But gets the green light. It's good on the board. And I think she might have improved there, but 13.36 is the mighty tough target now. It's, as I say, some 39 centimetres further down the sand than she has managed. What she's been given, 13.08. It is an improvement. Good response, Sally. Just not enough.
I've been waiting for this battle because Ford-Wells has been promising. She looks like she was ready to jump big and really break through that 13-metre barrier. She's clearly capable, as you said, Tim, of 13.46 indoor, 13.56 outdoors. So we know that she's capable of regularly jumping over 13 metres, and it was just getting the runway right and hitting the board, because each one of her fouls have been well over 13 metres. So now we've got a bit of a battle on our hands.
Well, speaking of a battle, we've got one coming now in this third heat of the women's 200 metres. You see what Mensah of Chelmsford SC, just 19 years old, 23.45 this year. She's a good young athlete on the outside there in 6. Darcy Coslett goes in 5, the Llanelli athlete. She's only 15 years old, can you believe, but 24.76 already this year. The Welsh have got a bit of a gem on their hands with her. In lane 4, Ava Freeman, Birchfield Harriers, another youngster, 17 years old, 24.77 this year. Remember, the first 2 go through by right from each of these heats. Rachel Bennett goes in lane 3, the Sale Harriers Manchester club. That famous vest is familiar. 23.65 her lifetime best. Second fastest in the race, although she hasn't raced one this year. And on the inside, Sian Harry in lane 2. 25 seconds exactly her lifetime best for the Belgrave Harrier. She too has not raced a 200 yet this season. So the heat's winning times so far, 23.78 by Bell in heat 1. Thomas Wright, 24.35 in heat 2. Who's going to come out on top in this one and guarantee themselves a place in the 200 semi-finals, which are at 1:30. They're in less than an hour and 20 minutes time. Long hold. Well, at last they get underway, and already building a lead is Kisiwa Mensah down the outside, looking really strong down the back straight. Good running too in lanes 3 and 4 by Bennett and Freeman. They come around the bend. Maybe Bennett in lane 3 looking the best of the rest at the moment. The stagger run winds in her favour. Mensah is way out in front down the outside lane. She wins this one by about 3 metres going away, and 23.81 by Kisiwa Mensah. That is really strong. Not so far outside her lifetime best with the Chelmsford AC athletes. Very, very businesslike indeed. Dominated that one. The others never got a sniff. And 23.81 puts her through to the semi-finals very, very comfortably indeed. And is almost the quickest time of the day. Second quickest time of the day.
Yeah, still the Gifford North, Alison Bell leading the rankings as they go into the semi-final. But Mensah made the most of that lane 6, didn't she? She looked so smooth. Was never really in doubt that she was going to take that heat so comfortably. The 19-year-old from Chelmsford. 3 women now under that 24-second barrier heading into the semi-final.
That was Belinda Sargent in her 5th round attempt in this triple jump. She currently sits in 8th place at the moment. She's jumped 12.15. That was in the 3rd round. She'll only have one more attempt after this. I wonder if it's any improvement. Well, having a word with her coach, Sargent. Holland will go next. She's waiting. Just waiting for that score for Belinda Sargent to come up. We'll have 2 more heats of the women's 200 metres to come as well. So, Jasmine Holland. This is the result of Heat 3 in the women's 200.
There is that result. Mensah 23.81 from Rachel Bennett 24.18. Personal best for Freeman and Koslick. Their consolation if they don't make it through as amongst the 5 non-automatic qualifiers. That's a great running from those two. Sean Harry at 25.02, just outside 25 seconds.
Well, still waiting on that Belinda Sargent mark in the 5th round. Not sure why it's taking so long. Jasmine Holland is being made to wait. You can perhaps see some of the high jump where the bar is at 2:03. Mackin Coward still yet to come in this competition. This is Otis Poole. At 2:03, his first attempt was clear, no problem at 195 and 199 as well. Well, rhythmical. Poole only 17 years of age, knocking the bar off there. He's done 2:09 this year from Yatton District. Not too far from Bristol. Nice track they've got down there. Quick track as well, actually, down in Yate. You've just seen a familiar sight of Katarina Johnson-Thompson there in the shot put circle, going through the warm-ups. This is the start list for Heat 4 of 5 in the women's 200. Well, Lois Garland lines up in lane 6, has ran under 20 seconds outdoors. Semi-finalist here 12 months ago. Jasmine Wilkins, well, she's a real talent, only 20 years of age. Second at the England under 20 100 metres last year in Birmingham as well. Abby Galpin from Guernsey, 24 years of age. Galpin, big talent as well. And on the inside, Lauren Blakey saw her sister Ella run earlier on. And the Blakey girls, Lauren, the Northern Indoor champion 12 months ago up in Sheffield. So top two to go through automatically. Those non-automatic qualifying spots, 5 of them up for grabs at the moment. So Blakey on the inside, Galpin, Wilkins and Garland in lane 6. Well, Garland is the fastest on paper on the outside, but Jasmine Wilkins is quick as well, and she's already starting to chase down Garland from lane 5. Blakey with a bit of work to do on the inside, so too for Galpin, but here comes Wilkins now. Had a cracking season in 2024, and she leads coming off the bend. Garland with some work to do, but it's Jasmine Wilkins pulling away and easing across the line in 24.04. She looked very, very good, set herself up well over the first 100 and just rolled on home off the bank.
Yeah, very competent, very nice performance. Made up the stagger and looked like she was flying. She had Garland outside her to draw on, did Jasmine Wilkins, and made up the stagger. Got around that second bend and the last sort of 50 into the finish straight. She just kept it rolling, didn't she? She looked so good. Again, just outside the 24-second mark, 24.03 confirmed. She's looking up to the big screen to watch that replay now.
I mean, it's a massive personal best. She's only ran 1/200 this year. It was 24.33. She's just ran 24.03. She's taken 3/10 off it. Last year, she had such a big improvement as well. She took a second off a 100-metre personal best. So Jasmine Wilkins.
The best, though, when you're 20, that's what you should be doing. You're on that trajectory where every time you run, and particularly in a championship, you know, you're lifting your game. You've got the adrenaline pumping, you're fit, you're ready, you're raring to go, and then you're posting personal bests. And I think sometimes it gets difficult once you get to that point where it starts to plateau. And that's when you really got to dig in and start to sort of make those small differences. But at the age of 20, you should be just enjoying your sport.
Yeah, exactly. She enjoyed that one for sure. She might feature for medals later on, Jasmine Wilkins.
Just one heat to come then of these 5 women's 200-metre heats, and then we're straight into the men's equivalent. They'll be off at 12:30, so in about 10 minutes' time. Then we're into the 3,000-metre walks, being done simultaneously, the women's and men's 3,000-metre walk. Then the semi-finals of the 200s. They have got very little recovery time, the women and men, of the one-lap races. But already in these 4 heats so far, there have been 4 personal bests and fabulous running. The quickest so far still in the first heat, 23.78 by Alison Bell. I wonder if we'll see that go in this final heat with the super experienced Zoe Clark of Thames Valley Harriers going in lane 4. A lot of action in the arena, and you think there's the shot, the high jump, the triple jump, and track action as well. It's busy. The coordination by the officials is just incredible. Yeah,
it's amazing. Always the second day at these UK Indoor Championships, a lot of field action. We obviously don't have the 60 metres today. The hurdles and the 60 flat were done yesterday, so it means we can put the shot put circle out in the high jump. This is Davies going for 2:03, and Sam Davies, who is clear at the second attempt at 1:99. We'll have another go at 2:03. That's Jasmine Holland, who has been going well in this triple jump competition. She sits in 7th, though. She's the only athlete from the first 5 rounds that has got all legal jumps. So that was a 11.96 for her. No improvement for Jasmine Holland. 12.27 is her best. She stays in 7th. We've got our multi-eventers here today as well, doing the shot put. We saw Jade O'Dowda and Katarina Johnson-Thompson yesterday. I think Neve Emerson was on the start list for this shot put for the women as well. So good to see our multi-eventers getting amongst the action. Of course, Abby Paulett winning that hurdles yesterday.
Yeah, and great to see Neve back as well. Such a torrid time of injury and a real talent. So really glad to see her back in a competition setting.
There was the lineup for the 5th heat of the women's 200 metres. Blakey, Galpin, Wilkins and Garland in this one. In fact, let me just revise that. It's Brooke Arnside who goes on the outside, Bournemouth AC athlete, 23.60 athlete, good performer and a good lane draw for her. Louisa Stoney goes in lane 5. Belgrave Harrier, 24.48 this year is her lifetime best. Zoe Clark, super experienced, ran in the 400s yesterday, Zoe Clark. Thames Valley Harrier hasn't raced one this year, but 23.36 puts her a second and more quicker in personal best terms than the rest of this field. If she goes well here, she could run the fastest time of the day. And Deanne Walker on the inside in lane 3, 24.81, her season's best. Remember, the first two go through by right. It's quite a high caliber race, actually, when you look at Brooke Ironside on the outside, Zoe Clark in lane 4. Both of them have been a long way under 24 seconds. Fifth and final heat, the women's 200 then. What a way without any trouble. Very little change in the echelon as they go down the back straight. About 100 metres done at the moment. Now beginning to make some inroads is Zoe Clark in lane 4. Clark with that 400 metre running strength just beginning to ease into the lead. Although great running from Brooke Arnside on the outside. In fact, Brooke Arnside going to take this one by about 1.5 metres. And gosh, Zoe Clark run into fourth, into third place. Louisa Stoney in second. That winning time 23.99. Not the quickest of the day, but one of the quickest times of the day. 23.99 if confirmed. That winning time is the fifth fastest time of the day. Brooke Ironside 23.98, in fact, not far outside her lifetime best of 23.60. Nice lane draw for her because she's tall, long legs, and she's got how long till her semi-finals? They're at 1:30. She's got a little over an hour until the semi-finals. Basically, about an hour in which to cool down, refocus, keep loose, warm up, and get ready for her next race. That's a very, very short break indeed.
And I'm sure quite a lot of them will have watched the women's 400 yesterday and seen the fact that winning your heat doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get a good lane. It's all about the rankings and the times. Given what happened with Amber Anning, winning her first round in the 400 metres and coasting through and then getting a lane draw of 3. But Brooke Ironside there, 23.98, just shy of her personal best.
Well, and a personal best to Louisa Stoney in second place, 24.19 down to from 24.48. So a big improvement there for Stoney. She's run a couple of metres quicker than ever before. And here's that summary. Bell winning the very first heat, 23.78. It was the best of the day, one of 4 athletes below 24 seconds. It's really nicely set up, Scott, for the semis.
Yeah, exactly. Good to see Zoe Clark back as well. She was 6th here at the World Indoors 7 years ago now over the 400. Ely Doyle, I think, got bronze that year as well. So happy hunting ground for Zoe Clark. Yeah,
and Zoe seems to like doing the shorter sprints, the 60 and the 200 indoors. It certainly has done that the last couple of years. We saw in the 60 yesterday in the heats, didn't manage to get out of the heats there. But yeah, great to see her as a non-auto qualifier into the semi-final.
Well, Georgina Ford-Wells in this triple jump, she's about to take the last jump of round 5. She's the leader with 13 metres 36. Omito Woju with 13.08. So Virginia Ford-Wells with her last attempt of round 5. She's got a lovely long striding technique. She knew it was a foul. She's bailed out of it. So going to be no improvement for her. I think she's going to, well, she may well catch a big one in round 6 because she's been firing a few fouls out a long way and had a few fouls. And that 13.36 in the 4th round. Still keeping her in the lead at the moment, but what can Omito Woju say with her next attempt?
You could almost see Georgina eyes down on the board as she was closing it, and she was just starting to back off a little bit because I think she knew what was happening. She's just carrying so much speed down the runway, and that's what she's struggling with.
So, Mituoju next to go. Running out of chances to adjust things, these athletes. Lying in second place, 13.08. She needs to find another 28 centimetres to take the lead. It's a big ask. No, was quite some way behind the board and takeoff there. And that looks below 13 metres for me. That is her round 5 jump. It closes round 5. That's a 12.97. Led for some 3 rounds or so. Her opener, but she's only been able to improve it by some 11 centimetres. There it is, 12.73. Now, in fact, the shortest of her 3 valid jumps. She stays in second. Frustrating. Ford Wells may be heading for gold with that really big lead from her round 4, 13.36.
Well, that's your lineup for the women's shot put final. Let's take you through the lineup. Some big names in here. Well, first athlete from the city of Portsmouth, Serena Vincent. She's got a best of over 17 metres. She'll be looking for a medal here. Abby Paulett, British Universities champion and UK indoor champion over the 60-metre hurdles, polishing her shot put work. This is Michaela Joseph, 21 years of age. Has gone over 14 metres at her best. Amy Kennedy, 20 years of age, from Cumbernauld. Well, this is Sabrina Fortune, one of our para-athletic stars, F20 category in that Welsh Fest, looking to go over 14 metres late. Jess Hopkins in the green of Chelmsford. Maybe could get amongst the medals. We've got so many athletes with those bests around 14 metres. Well, we saw her yesterday. She's got a season's best in these 60-metre hurdles. Katarina Johnson-Thompson, Olympic medalist, world champion. Big smiles, big cheers for her. Anna Nicholson, another para-athlete, F35 category from Gateshead. Good to see her here. This is Nana Kiedu from Blackheath and Bromley. Jade O'Dowd, a silver medalist yesterday in the long jump. She was indoor and outdoor champion over the long jump last year. Looking for something around 13.50 would be good for her today. Shauna Thompson, former sprinter, now shot putter from Sale Harriers in Manchester. Over 15 metres, her best. So great to see some almost 3 generations really of our heptathletes all lining up in this shot put.
And wasn't it just great to hear the crowd's reception for Katarina Johnson-Thompson? You know, when you think about how long her career has gone and spanned, I just love the fact that she is supporting the British Championship. She still sees such value in coming here and just testing herself. Clearly trying to put what they're doing in the winter training, Aston Moore with her coach. Great to see her.
Yeah, I wonder whether she'll do the European Indoors or World Indoors. She must be thinking about it if she's here.
Well, she's just not said anything, has she? She's not come out and done much media.
Well, the first heat of the men's 200 metres. Harry Taylor of Harrow, bronze medalist here last year, only 24 years of age. This is Ethan Franklin. Ethan Franklin, 18 from Woodford Green and Essex Ladies, third at the England Indoors last year over the 200 metres. This is Phoenix Lyon, great name, 25 years of age, third at the Southern Championships a couple of years ago over 200. Joe Berry here, young Welshman from Newport. Welsh indoor champion this year. And then Dan of Fire, well, he was unfortunately disqualified in the 60 metres yesterday. Good to see him back in the light blue of Thames Valley Harriers. So Harry Taylor on the outside then. Well, third here last year. Silver medalist at the Bucks Indoor Championships last year too. Favourite in this race. First heat of 4 in the men's 200 metres. Top 2 automatically through to the semi-finals. Clean start, great start from Franklin, got out really aggressively and he's starting to chase down Harry Taylor, who's usually out the blocks the quickest, but on the inside, Dan of Fire, after his disqualification yesterday, running so hard from lane 2 and he's put himself in a good position, but on the outside it's Taylor against Franklin and Taylor just beginning to pull away. Franklin going well, but it's Harry Taylor that takes it 21-19. That is very quick for a heat, and Harry Taylor, once again, like he did in 2024, has put himself in a good position. It's a season's best as well for Harry Taylor, and my goodness, he was so smooth, and that's just a nudge quicker than he ran in the heats last year when he ran 21-24. This time it's 21-20. The big smile from Harry Taylor. He's like a Duracell bunny. He's always bouncing around, having fun, and that was a great start.
He's loving being out there, and I think he's got to thank Franklin for that time, because Franklin was breathing down his neck that 100-metre in and made up the stagger pretty quickly. But then Harry Taylor just found something else and used that benefit of the outside lane of lane 6, and really impressive running.
Yeah, he didn't really have much choice but to run incredibly quickly in that first round, did he, if he wanted a good lane, and we'll have that now for the semi-finals. Michelle Uleku on the runway.
It is indeed Michelle Uleku on the runway, yes. And this is the 6th and final round. In fact, we're into the last few jumps. She's lying in 4th place, 12.48. Her best came in round 3. It's her only one over 12 metres. She's had a couple very close. And that may be an improvement. Does she get the green light? Uleku does get the green light. Now this is interesting, because 12.48 to get into the medals, she needs 12.72, and it didn't look far shy of that to me. Very hard to tell. Oh, 12.52 for Uleku. Well, she saved her best till last. She improved by 4 centimetres, but 20 centimetres shy of the medals, unfortunately. 12.52 for her. Amy Ward, by the way, who is in the bronze medal position, 12.72. In fact, it's guaranteed bronze medal position now. Just had the one valid jump out of 6 efforts, but she's got a bronze.
Well, Georgina Ford-Wells leading the competition. This is her final jump. Adelaide Omitowoju will go after her and will have a chance to respond. 3 fouls out of the 5 attempts for Ford-Wells so far in this competition. That monster jump, 13.36, came in the 4th round. She has had a couple of fouls which have been around the 13.5 metre mark. What can she do here? Can she extend her lead? Oh, it's going to be a foul. I think she knew it. She got into the pit, and it's going to be no improvement for her. So, Adelaide Omitowoju, what can she do with her final attempt? Because it's going to come down to the wire. It's going to be a nervous wait for Georgina Ford-Wells. That 13.36, a massive jump in the 4th round.
But it does confirm Omitowoju as at least the silver medalist. Georgina Ford-Wells as at least the silver medalist, but where will they go? Because it all comes down to this jump. Omitowoju, English champion for the last couple of years, 2nd in these championships last year, 13.08 in round 4, and there's still a big gap, Scott, between herself and Ford-Wells at the moment, even though she has this final opportunity to turn things around.
Yeah, Omitowoju, her best overall, 13 metres 32. She would need an outright personal best to take the gold here. She knows what she needs to do. Attacks the runway. It's going to be a valid jump. Oh, it's big. Oh, how big is it though? I felt maybe she just cut her leg shoot a bit short into the pit there, and maybe if she could have just got those heels out a bit, she could have added an extra 10 or 15 centimetres, but my goodness, that was close.
It's got the green light. There we go, confirmed. 13:29. Just agonisingly short. A best by far of the competition. 7 centimetres shy of Ford Wells. What a battle these two have had. They're now hugging each other, giving them, each other the respect they deserve. Great competition, but just over half of the jumps were no jumps.
I mean, remarkable, isn't it?
Across the 8 athletes, 6 efforts each.
So, confirmation of that first heat in the men's 200, Harry Taylor 21.20 and Ethan Franklin, a personal best for him, 21.31. But that triple jump, I mean, it was a personal best, an indoor personal best in the final round. Her second best ever jump for Adelaide Omotowaju. I think she's going to be very happy with that.
I think when she looks at that card, starting with a 12.97, lowest jump 12.73, 13.08, 13.20, a great card.
So the second lead of 4 in the men's 200 metres. Smaller fields than in the women's. The first 2 go through by rights, so the 2 fastest losers, non-automatic qualifiers. Luke Durrell grows on the outside, the all-shot Parnham distance athlete, 21.47 this year. There's Kai Crawford, unfamiliar best of Charles Pitt Barnett Harris. Only 19, but 21.52 this year will make him very competitive in this sort of company. Henry Christer, 19 years old himself, Basingstoke and Midhants AC, 21.99 this year. He'd love to dip a bit further below 22 than that from lane 4. And Alex Azu completes the lineup there in Cardiff. Must be brother of. And 22.32 this year, a 21-year-old.
On your mark.
The times, remember, in the first heat, Taylor winning in a very quick 21.20 from Ethan Franklin's 21.31. Anything down in the low 21s is super quick here. But it's very tight between Durrell on the outside, 21.47, and Crawford on the lane 5, 21.52. Well, away they go then. And a good fast start there from Durrell down the back straight. Slight lead, really good aggressive running from the 2 lads on the inside lanes. Azu in 3 and Christer in 4 as they go into this second bend. The stagger and winding in the favour of the men inside him, but he still holds the lead. Luke Durrell here, and he's going to take this one by about a metre. It's going to be very tight at the line. Closing all the way, Kai Crawford over the last 30 metres or so. He nearly got there, the 19-year-old, but I don't think he made it, even with that superb dip. The winning time, 21.54 for Luke Durrell. Will need to be 100% confirmed that it was Durrell who took it, but I'm pretty sure it was, even though Crawford was coming through like a rocket.
That's how important lane draws are. They were throwing themselves at the line. Certainly the seeding's working, because when I look down, I think there's only Jasmine Moss that really shone out of lane 3. I mean, give the athletes their dues. They're giving their all. Azu really went for it in that first 100 metres in that tight lane 3, but faded quite a lot in the last 50, and the battle was very much with Luke Durrell there taking the win, 21.53.
Well, they're taking a time to bring up the rest of the results. Yeah, Durrell confirmed as the winner, but it was Crawford probably only 100th or 2 back behind him as he was charging like mad, the Charles Pitt Barnett Harrier man. Back to this high jump, and Hughes.
Yeah, Barr now at 2.07, and he's going to have 1 attempt left at this high jump. Well, we shall see how he goes. Wiley is up next. Harry Wiley from Notts AC fouled his first attempt at 2.07, although he was clear first time in the 3 previous heights. Oh, it was too far off. goes Wiley, and that's a good clearance. No problem from him. Wiley's done 2:10 this year. The next height is 2:11, so potential personal best for him if he can clear it. Looks so smooth, doesn't he? Great penultimate step, and he just grazed it, didn't rattle the bar.
That's a lovely clearance from Wiley. He's Davies next to go, Sam Davies. Oh, no. No, he cleared the previous height. 2:03 at the third time of asking. That didn't quite have it there. Believes he can do it. Sam Davies, he is a 2:10 jumper, so he should know he can do it. At the moment, his best 2:03.
Now one more attempt at that height.
There it is, Luke Durrell, 21.53. I thought it was tight. Kai Crawford, 21.55. Hardly anything between them. But they both go through to the semis perfectly okay. And those semi-finals by the men's 200 metres, they're at 1:50 p.m. They're in an hour and 5 minutes' time.
They don't have much recovery, do they? And this is perhaps the most stacked of the 4 heats. Aaron Tugwell goes on the outside, young Welshman, second at the England Under-20 Indoor Championships just a couple of weeks ago. Joe Ferguson ran incredibly well in Glasgow, 20.99, an indoor personal best. Ran here at the Kinney Classic last week in the 60, looking for that gold. Shamar Balthazar, a real young talent, European Under-23 champion back in 2019. Good to see him back, he's tall. Well, maybe perhaps struggle on these bends. James Gill, though, your Victor East Kent man, 18 years of age, good experience for him. And on the inside, Joe Breyer, was perhaps expecting to see him in the 400. He's here in the 2. He's not competed this year, so he has got lane 2. It's going to be tough for him.
It is. He's not been given the best of draws, so he knows that he's got to give it his all.
On your mark.
So, top 2 automatically through. Joe Ferguson with that red bib, fastest in the lineup for this men's 200 metres. This is heat 3. Away nicely. Tugwell committing to this first 50 in. Joe Ferguson firing down the back straight. Balthazar going very well. Breyer on the inside, he's working hard in that white vest, but it's Ferguson at the moment on the outside. Balthazar will close quickly. Breyer is going really well. Can he chase down Balthazar? But it's Ferguson on the outside. Looks left again. 21-27. That was very smooth. And he had 30 metres at the end just to roll on home. And that's why he's the favourite this weekend.
Oh, that was personal best territory. He switched off about 20 metres from the line there. That third 50 metres was almost like his coach. 4x100 metres, Richard Kilty. He went round that turn. It was almost like he put the burners on. He really attacked that second bend. Really looking good. That impressed me, Joe Ferguson. Quite rightly wearing the red bib. Although he's not number 1 ranked this year, he's power of 10 ranked, which just means that he's got the points and he looks the part. Look at him, look into the left, switches off. Daylight between him and the rest of the field.
Yeah, good run for Shamar Balthazar as well. 21.60, he's qualified. Joe Breyer, 21.78. We'll look at those results in a second.
The presentation for that triple jump then for women, it's only been done about 5 minutes, but of course they're out there getting their medals. The 3 lucky ladies, Michelle Yalakue, just outside the medals, that ROC athlete, finished in 4th place. Her distance 12.52. The bronze went in 12.72 to Amy Waugh from Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow. It was her only valid jump, can you believe? 3 no jumps from rounds 1, 2 and 3. Then the 12.72, then a couple more no jumps. But that's all it takes in the field events. You could argue it's a very generous situation where you need 1 valid jump. Amita Wujay takes the silver with 13.29. Good series from her, a best coming in the sixth and final round. Just fell short of this athlete. Georgina Ford-Wells is the champion. UK indoor gold medalist, Woodford Green Essex ladies athlete in round 4, going out to 13.36. She had a super series. I say a super series. She had 2 big jumps. She only had 2 valid jumps. It was the super series of Mitawoju that really stood out. But nonetheless, Ford-Wells in round 4, 13.36, winning by 7 centimetres. It was pretty tight eventually. So indeed, the gold, silver and bronze medals going to London Club athletes, Woodford Green Essex ladies, Harrow AC, and the Windsor, Slough, Eton, and the Hounslow.
Confirm those results then. Joe Ferguson 21.27. I think that's a cracking way to open up his indoor championship campaign. Shamar Baldassar is second. We'll see him in the semi-finals. And Joe Breyer 21.78, a personal best. He's currently in one of those top 2 non-automatic qualifying spots.
Sam Davies then third and final attempt at 2.07. Spot the nerves, can't you? The hands flicking. Going through that visualisation of the effort, Davies. He's a good young jumper. 2.10 this indoor season. Welsh under-20 champion last year. Third in the Welsh Senior Championships last year. Won the Welsh Schools last year. And just outside the medals in the British Universities indoors this year. Here we go. No, not to be. That's a shame. Davies then bows out with 3 failures at 2.07, his best 2.03, and he'll be frustrated by that, the 19-year-old. He's gone significantly better than that. But he is the first to exit the competition. I say the first to exit the competition. Actually, there's a couple of others, excuse me. Ryan Webb and Tom Hughes have also dipped out. He's had a busy card, Sam Davies. Only cleared the previous height at the 3rd time of asking. So they're the lineup for Heat 4 in this men's 200 metres, the final heat, and the standard has been set very high indeed. The previous heat, remember, run by Joe Ferguson, 21.27, easing back. It was a sub-21 performance, there's no doubt about that. There's Dave Chapman, the City of Sheffield and Durn athlete, 21.18 this year. Krishorn Aiken goes in lane 5. Inside him, the Shaftesbury Barnet Harry, very experienced, 29 years old now. 21.55 this year. And then Freddie Arkell, who's season best 21.70, 21.55, his lifetime best. Marcus McLean, well, I have no marks for him, the Sale Harris Manchester man in lane 3. This could well be his 200-metre debut indoors, the 21-year-old. Then Peter Shand goes on the inside in lane 2, the Birchfield Harrier. No 200 this year, 22.51, his lifetime best. So the 4th and final heat then. Only 2 non-automatic qualifying positions available. The slowest of those, 21.87 by Aaron Tugwell, the Cardiff Archers athlete, who is will be watching this with keen interest. 4th and final heat, the men's 200. And away they go, really aggressive start there by these athletes. And going particularly well right in the middle is Freddie Arkell in the yellow there of Hercules Wimbledon. Probably leads at the moment, but it's a narrow lead and going really well outside the Shaftesbury Barnet Vest of Aiken. Down the last 50, Aiken pulls clear by 1.5 meters. Wins it there in 21.56, Aiken. That's 1/100th outside his season's best. And Freddie Arkell taking 2nd place. They both go through okay. Well, he had to work really hard there, did Sean Aiken. 21.55 is confirmed. It actually equals his season's best, and he was pushed to that by Freddie Arkell, who was coming on his inside, and he'll have been aware of it before the yellow vest came into his range of vision. But he had the strength over the final 30 or 40, Ali.
He did. I mean, rarely do you see leads change hand in the men's 200 metres, but it did then. Arkell went off like an absolute rocket and was very much ahead of the field, breathing down the neck of Aiken. But once the stagger unwound, Sean Aiken of Shaftesbury Barnet really moved into a next gear in the last 50 towards the line.
One or two of these fellas, I was going to say, one or two of these fellas have got less than an hour now until their semi-final. Tell us, as somebody who's been in this sort of position, what do you do? Is it worth warming down and warming up? I mean,
they won't get much time, that's for certain. And I don't really think there is. I mean, you're the back. I mean, it's the warm-up is in the bowels of the stadium, and it's by the time you've waited for the lift, actually, it's probably not a lot of time to get back up. But yeah, they won't. I mean, certainly won't do a full warm-up again, as we just watch the men's high jump in the earlier heights.
Yeah, 2:11 that was for Otis Poole, the Yate man. It's a good clearance, cleared it first time. This is Ball now, Luke Ball, a teammate of Otis Poole, also from Yate. Two more attempts at 2:11. Starting to trickle along this competition. We had 6 clear at 2:07, so I think this high to 2:11 might see us drop a couple of more as we then begin to move up to 2:15 and 2:18. So he's going to have to make some adjustments to his run up there, because he was just a bit too far away. His high point was before the bar. Harry Wiley from Notts AC. 2:07. And he had Montpellier so far in this competition, Wiley. Skipping his way in, really interesting approach. Oh, that was a decent attempt. It was only his legs which flicked the bar off in the end. Let's just look at this here. Yeah, needs a bit more. Interesting approach though, the way he just sort of skips in and almost bounds in the air before he starts his approach for real.
He has so much elasticity, doesn't he? There's so much explosive energy going on in a relatively short stature for a high jumper. I mean, I just can't even imagine, as you're approaching the bar and you're looking at it about 1.5 feet higher than you are.
Sean Aiken, 21.55 ahead of Freddie Arkell. That was a very competitive race, though. A couple of metres between them come the finish of that 4th heat of the men's 200 metres. They'll be back out in about 15 minutes, a couple of them. Here's the summary overall. Harry Taylor with that 21.20, the class act, frankly, and he was easing off for that season's best. Joe Ferguson also looking strong too, 21.27. Going to be very competitive. Look at that, plenty of lads down there around 21.5 or quicker. And the non-automatic qualifiers, Joe Bryant and Aaron Tugwell, for those 2 semi-finals.
The one I'm surprised about there, David Chapman, who was in lane 6 in that last heat. He won the Bucks Championships last week, 21.18. He just ran 22.0. I didn't see anything that happened in that race, but he just didn't seem to have it in the legs today.
He wasn't firing, was he? He wasn't even close to any of the guys as they were coming into the last 50. I can only imagine that there's something that's not happened for him, that's not firing, because he didn't look like somebody who'd just come off the back of a Bucks win. But I think for me, Ferguson, without a doubt, is the man that's going for his first national title.
Well, back to this women's shot, where the finalists are battling it out. And frankly, anything around 16 metres. Great throwing here.
Ooh,
Hopkins.
That was 13.94 for Hopkins.
Well, that's a season's best for her. If it is, yeah, that's good throwing. 13.66 her opener. 13.94. She came here with a season best of 13.86. So that'll buoy her up for the next 3 rounds. She is almost a 15-metre thrower, mind you. She's thrown almost a metre better.
Yeah, they're in the 3rd round of that women's shot put competition. Katharina Johnson-Thompson up next. Husbands is looking to go at 2:11. So, Charlie Husbands. Oh, that was a great clearance. Wow.
His takeoff is so far away from the bar. He has so much speed that he's just able to transfer vertically. That was really impressive.
Honestly, it shocked me, to be honest, when he took off so far away.
I was like, there's no way he's going to clear that. But he knew his trajectory way more than we did. That is some slow-mo there.
Yeah, I mean,
Look at that.
he's got to be best part of a metre further away than some of the other athletes are. And
Yeah, I think as that bar goes higher, he might just hit the high point a little bit early. But I'm no high jump coach.
Oh, ball going in this high jump, Luke, in this high jump 2:11, second attempt for him. No, it takes enormous strength to convert. If you generate a lot of speed on the approach, it takes enormous strength to convert that into vertical lift, and that's why he took off so far from the bar there, Husband. Brilliant jump, as you guys said quite rightly. Mixed walk now, 3,000 metre walk, 7.5 laps of the track.
yeah,
I say for 7.5 laps of the track, 15 laps of the track, of course.
yeah, it is, yeah. 7.5 times 2. And 3,000 metre walk. 3 men lining up, a couple of the Wilkinson boys. We'll keep in touch with the shot put and the high jump while this is going on as well. We've got 5 competitors. They will get medals, of course, and our officials will be lurking around the track to try and spot any infringements. There's the men's lineup. We're going to have a look at Jess Wilton here from Ashford. She's only 19 years of age. Big push at the moment to try and build the walks and keep developing talent here. Hannah Hopper from Cambridge. Good to see her here. 14, 16. A big smile from her, which is what you want to see. Unique opportunity for these walkers as Edson Wilkinson, 22 years of age. And George Wilkinson next to his brother Callum Wilkinson, 27 years of age. The 2 Enfield boys going toe to toe. Well, Cam Corbishley, he's 27 years of age now, from Medway, and we saw him here over the last few years. Fourth last year over the 5K. And away they go on this walk, and already seeing a sprightly start from Callum Wilkinson.
Well, he holds the stadium record, Scott. That's 11 minutes and 1 second, or just under 1 second. 11 minutes for 3K. I mean, you extrapolate from that a 5K time, and it is quite astonishing. In fact, yesterday, I think I saw last night, looking at some results, that the world 5,000 record, 5K walk record was broken. And it was something horrifically intimidating. It was 17 minutes something for 5K walking. If you're a park runner, you can put that in context.
Well, and funnily enough, that's the reason that World Athletics are changing for next year. I was chatting to, obviously, the great Tom Bosworth, who's now retired, British record holder, had many a battle with Callum Wilkinson, who's gone off at a pace here and is already making his intentions known. And Tom was saying that finally World Athletics have decided to move the walk distances to half marathon and marathon so that people can put it in context, exactly like you've just said there. Tell me 5,000 metres, because when you fair enough, in 3,000 we have 3,000 metre indoors, but once you get on the roads, talking about 25k or 20k or 35k, there's just no context.
The daft thing is that the 20k walk was so close to half marathon. Why wasn't that decision made years
I know.
or decades
So
ago? It should have been made.
finally people are making the decision. But you're also right. I mean, Scott was talking about the age of the girls lining up here today, youngsters. And Tom was making that point to me at the hotel the other night. He was saying, he was really disappointed. We're looking at the numbers that were supporting the British champs here. And I completely hear him. If you're trying to sell your sport, support it. And he said that there is the interest out there, but unfortunately a lot of them are focusing on the 20k English champs in Isle of Man beginning of March. But like he said, come here and do a training session.
Well, that world record, by the way, the Italian Indoor Championships in Ancona yesterday was by Francesco Fortunato, was 17:55. There you go. If you're a park runner listening, 17:55 for 5,000 metres walk. It sounds superhuman.
Yeah, I think it would win most park runs, wouldn't it? Are you allowed to? Well, park run? You're allowed to walk a park run?
Yeah,
Yeah, of course, yeah. Can you see him doing it?
If you'd have seen me on the
dogs.
town,
Have you never done one, Scott?
Never done one
If you'd
together. We
have
should
seen
do
me-
one
You
together.
are kidding me.
We should do one together, shouldn't we?
Even Ali's done
Even
one.
I did one. I did the town moor, and I mean, some would argue that wasn't really a run.
I've been and watched a park run. That was,
That doesn't count.
yeah. Well,
The 3K walk up in that top right-hand corner, picture in picture, of course, is Divine Doruaku, and that's not Divine Doruaku. That's Wiley. Now, you see how much closer he is to the bar, and that extra training. He's a lot stockier, very powerfully built fella, and that approach, a bit more measured, but very powerful conversion to that vertical lift.
yeah, Callum Wilkinson, I should say, is leading the men's 3K walk at the moment. Going nicely. Callum Wilkinson, of course, Olympic Games competitor last year and in Tokyo as well. Finished 16th. Was delighted to have earned selection.
Well, he owns the stadium record too at 11 minutes and just under 1 second. Tom Bosworth championship record is only a couple of seconds quicker, and in fact Tom does have that world record for this distance in Glasgow back 6 years ago now, 7 years ago.
Well, that was Divine Duruaku at 2:07 a little earlier on, and Kamani Jack as well is now over at 2:11 with that clearance. Well, this is Charlie Husbands, who we saw earlier on, cleared 2:11, was sprightly on his approach. He is quick and uses that to his advantage, and 2:15 for Husbands would be a great effort because it would be a new personal best for him. He's cleared 2:12 so far this year, which is a lifetime best. Oh, well, he was just, his high point again, Ali, we were talking about it earlier, was just almost dipping as he came into the bar.
He could get this though. That wasn't a terrible failure. And he just seemed to graze it with his shoulders. He's got so much bounce, hasn't he? I mean, obviously you need that for a high jumper, but he's so, he just looks so light on his feet. He's almost down the bottom of the 60-metre start with his run-up, though. Halfway down the shot put. And we watch the slow-mo there. Yeah, sighting the bar. You're slightly nearer to it. His shoulders, his head,
He's got it wrong there. He took off too far from the bar. His high point was in front of the bar. His arc, he was on the way down when he crossed the line of the bar.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure you really want to change your run-up now, but he's a real talent.
Yeah, this is Otis Poole, who leads the competition. Oh, well, he's only had 2 failures in this competition. One at 2:03, one at 2:07. That is one at 2:15.
Does have the lead though, doesn't he? By dint of that first time clearance at 2:11. Otis Poole. It's tight. 4 of them clear at 2:11 now, with the bar at 2:15.
Well, in the 3K walk, Wilkinson is now over the halfway point, and he's looking good. His brother George is going well. Cam Corbishley too. This is Wiley with his failure at 2:15.
Yeah, he's lying in 4th place. The Not So C athlete cleared 2:11 at the 3rd time of asking. And that one just lacked the height. Got torso over it, just clips it off with his backside. Harry Wiley. And just checking his card. I mean, he is a 2:11 jumper, so this is looking at the personal best challenge here is Harry Wiley.
Well, in the shot put, we are getting towards the business end. This is round 4. This is Michaela Joseph. Joseph, at the moment, sits in 8th place. 13.04 in that third round. Now Jado Dowda was 12.95 so far in ninth, and Katarina Johnson-Thompson 12.50. Abby Paulett though 13.62, and Paulett is smashing it because she's up in seventh at the moment. Kamani Jack.
It is Kamani Jack, yes. 2:15 is a personal best. And this is what he's attempting here, Jack. No. It's a tough ask for the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier. Cleared the previous height, 2.11, the second time of asking. Perfect up to that height. He's had a good card so far. In fact, probably the best of all. But he is in second place by dint of that one failure at 2.11 when Otis Poole went over first time. Pretty unforgiving, the verticals. Jess Hopkins then, 13.94 in round 3. It remains her best in this shot put final, unfolding nicely. So, she's down in 6th place. Chelmsford AC. And that, I'm not sure if that might be an improvement. Looks very similar to her best so far in the previous round. She opened with 13.66. The lead still with Serena Vincent. That second round, 16.49. The City of Portsmouth athlete leads from Blackheath and Bromley's Nana Gaidu, 16.36. Her third round effort. It's pretty tight at the top there. There's some gap back to third place, Sabrina Fortune from D-side. No throw for Hopkins there in round 4.
And he's going to have one more attempt, isn't he? This is Amy Kennedy, currently sitting in 5th. She's just less than a metre off a medal at the moment. Well, 14.61 came in the first round for her. Otis Poole, clear at 2.15. Wow, he's leading the competition. Good celebration as well with Charlie Husbands there.
The irony is he's the late entrant, isn't he? He wasn't on the initial entries when entries closed, 17-year-old, but he's jumping fantastically. So demanding on the ankles and the knees is the high jump, but that's a beautiful jump. Brilliant awareness. 2.15 is 7 feet and half an inch. 2.14 is 7 feet.
Not bad, is it? Shauna Thompson, Sel Harrier, 14.77 in the third round, her best attempt. Well, is that going to be any improvement? Well, it looks pretty good, not far off 15 metres. And we might be able to push Sabrina Fortune as we come to the final lap in this men's 3K walk for Callum Wilkinson, who's at the front. It looks like Hannah Hopper is leading the women's competition, and this has been very clean so far for Wilkinson. Olympian, two-time Olympian, using this for a bit of speed work. Has got the stadium record here. Is he going to be inside 11 minutes? He's not going to be inside. He's going to be a bit outside of it, as you hear the bell ring for Cam Corbishley in the background. But Callum Wilkinson getting a big cheer from the crowd here. He's number one once again. He takes another UK indoor title. A clap for the crowd. I didn't see any cards given, so that was a masterful bit of work from Wilkinson.
I mean, frustrating for Callum, really, because he's a world-class competitor. He's actually 7th fastest in history over a 3,000 metres walk with a 10.52. His stadium record just a click outside 11 minutes. 11.12 there for him. That's one of his slower performances in recent years of a 3,000 metres walk, but a dominant runner. And I guess, Ali, you know, we all prefer competition. You want somebody up there with you, battling away. You want to know that it's not just a time trial.
Yeah, and I think the difficulty with this is that they now don't have the walk in the major championships. It hasn't been in the major championships for a good while yet, sort of European and world. So they'll all be focusing on, like I say, the 20k English championships, which is in Isle of Man at the beginning of March, where I'm sure that we'll see Callum Wilkinson, and there'll be a real competitive turnout there. So it has been a shame that he's only had his brother and Corbishley to battle against here, but he's staying on the track to support the athletes that are still out there. And I think we may be taken for granted because Tom Bosworth did an awful lot for the sport, and it was battles with Tom Bosworth that we were used to seeing Callum in, and now he's flying the flag. 15th at the Olympic Games last year in Paris.
Well, Harry Wiley with a third-time failure at 2 minutes 15 as the bell rings for George Wilkinson in the background. So Charlie Husbands has won the bronze after failing at 2:15 in the men's high jump. Otis Poole and Kamani Jack will be battling it out the final two in the competition at 2:18. Hannah Hopper and Jess Wilton still going in this women's 3k walk.
So back to the women's shot put. And Anna Nicholson down in 11th place. 8 metres 69 in round 2, her best here, Anna Nicholson. And Nicholson, as we go back to the walk.
George Wilkinson just crossing the line at the finish. He's best of 13:29. He's not going to be quicker than that today. Our two ladies here, Hannah Hopper and Jess Wilton. Hopper is flying at the moment, the 21-year-old from Cambridge, looking so strong, and 14:16 is her best. She's just going to miss out on that by a handful of seconds. She's the women's champion. 14:21.99. One more lap to go for Jess Wilton, 19 years of age. There's our four finishers. Silver for Cam Corbishley, gold for Callum Wilkinson, and bronze for George Wilkinson.
Just to clarify, Cambridge Harriers is a South London club, not from Cambridge, Hannah Hopper.
What did I say?
You probably said from Cambridge.
From Cambridge Harriers. Okay, well, losing track. We've got so much going on here, Tim. We don't know what we're looking at.
Tell me about it. I know. It's intense action, and we're trying to give these walkers due respect, of course. But there's a great high jump final going on, shot put as well, and that's men's long jump final about to get underway. They're warming up down there in front of us near the home straight.
Well, the final few metres here for Jessica Wilton. Ashford AC in Kent, 15:28. Just some 13 seconds off her personal best, but it's going to be gold for Jess Wilton and Callum Wilkinson in the 3k walk. Great performances from all the athletes. Good for them here. Showcasing the walks, lots of great walking groups in the UK that you can get involved with if it's an event for you. But here's Abby Paulett in the women's shot put. She's still in this competition. She's in 7th and she's going very well. This is her 5th round attempt. 13:87 is her best so far. And Paulett, who is building a great set of events after that win in the hurdles yesterday against Emma Nwafor, a tight battle on the line. Paulett, the 9th best so far in the UK this year over the shot.
Back to this high jump, and Jack it is. He's in the lead. Second time clearance at 2:11 and 2:15. That's his first attempt at 2:18. Jack, no, not a bad effort, has to be said. This would be a new personal best for the English under-23 champion from last year, won the Southern Indoors this year, and at the moment, leads on count back from Otis Poole.
Jess Hopkins, 11th in the UK this year. Hopkins is 6th at the moment. Hopkins, 13.44 for her. It's no improvement in the 5th round. Oh, and Poole.
Otis Poole booms over 2:18. Poole, superb jumping there, second time clearance, and that elevates him from second into the lead. He eases past Kimani Jack. Jack has got a second attempt to come now. If Jack goes clear, he will regain the lead on count back, and it all goes back to 2:11, which Jack, just checking actually. Otis Poole now in the lead. But yes, Kimani Jack in second place. His second attempt coming up at 2:18. They're the only two left in the competition, and it's turning into quite a special comp. This, we were talking earlier whether or not we see a 2:20 jump today, Scott. And I'm rather thinking we might well do at this rate.
Yeah, it's going well, isn't it? Great angle of the shot, but Kimani Jack, though, with his second attempt at 2:18. Well, he's going to have to raise his game. He's had a very nice looking scorecard so far, but a few fouls. Takes a moment just to compose himself, and you have to start building into this rhythm. He's done quite a few jumps already. 8 so far, and this will be his 9th. A chance to go up to 2:21, which would be the next height, and join Otis Poole. If he doesn't get it, there's one more to go. Oh, just a bit rash. Came underneath the bar. One more go for Kimani Jack in this men's high jump.
That Otis Poole clearance at 2:18, by the way, is a massive personal best. It equalled the UK best this year by Kimani Jack. He's only 17 years old. We've got a high jumper on our hands there of world-class potential.
Yeah, amazing. He was. I get a feeling Otis Poole was here last year as well, doing wonders too. And it's the presentation for these walks. George Wilkinson picking up the bronze in the men's 3K walk. Cam Corbishley getting the silver, the Medway man. Callum Wilkinson, well, we've seen him here before. Another medal for him. Let's take a look at the results from the walk. So we'll see how two women get their medals in just a second. 11 minutes 12.44 for Callum Wilkinson, 11.49 for Corbishley, and then George Wilkinson, 13.50. So Kimani Jack has around 1 minute 45 to make his final attempt at 2 meters 18. The jersey's off, the vest is back on. He has the red bib. He came into this competition as the leading athlete, having jumped 2:18, an outdoor personal best earlier this year. like he did for the previous attempt. Just takes a moment on his haunches to compose himself, and this is a really big moment for him because the youngster Otis Poole, who is still an under-20 athlete, leads the competition with a huge personal best, 9 centimetre personal best for Otis Poole. He's getting better and better. Kimani Jack, though, looking to stay in this competition. He has got a silver guaranteed. Big moments, the big athletes. Kimani Jack was close. It's not going to be today. And he has to settle for the silver. He knew this was a massive opportunity to come away with a national title. He got the silver at the Bucks Championships just last week. He has to settle for silver again here. He was 5th last year. It's a big improvement, but it's no gold. And Otis Poole, the youngster, my goodness, where on earth did that 2:18 performance come from? Because if he said at the start of this weekend he was going to attempt 2:21, nobody would have believed him, but he's about to do that. The bar is going up to 2:21 meters. Presentation then for the women's 3K walk. Silver medal going to Jess Wilton in the yellow of Ashford, the 19-year-old, just outside her lifetime best, and Hannah Hopper of Cambridge Harriers. Gets the gold medal. She's the champion. Big smile. She looked like she enjoyed that one. She was smiling on the start line and smiling afterwards as well. Same for Wilton too. So great to see Jess and Hannah at the UK indoors. Hope they'll be back for many more years to come as well. Well, once the shot put and high jump is coming to its conclusion, the men's long jumpers have been going through their preparations, and we've got a tasty looking competition. Jacob Fincham Jukes will be taking part once again in pursuit.
So I was going to say, back to this shot put competition, which has been building so nicely, Scott. And
Yeah, at the moment in that shot put competition, it's Serena Vincent, who we just saw on camera there, leading with a 5th round effort of 16.60. Nana Giedu is in second with 16.36, and Michaela Joseph down in 8th at the moment with a best of 13.40.
So only one round left for Joseph to come. And 8th place for her, Scott. 13.40, her best today, but she's a 14.59 thrower at her best. She's thrown well over a metre beyond this. She'll be frustrated with this. To get up there in the top 3, she needs to be throwing way beyond 15 metres. That might be beyond her, but certainly it'd be nice to finish with a bang. The next action on the track, by the way, for those of you wondering, is the women's 200 semi-finals, due off in about 5 minutes. The athletes from the first of those at semis are out on the track. Here goes Joseph then. Michaela Joseph in 8th place. Well, to move up to 7th, she'd have to throw 13.87. She's got to find another half metre or so, 47 centimetres in fact. I don't know if she's done enough for that.
On the next field event, the men's long jump misses the lineup. We're going to meet all of these athletes in just a second. Oh my goodness.
What are we seeing? We are in the stadium. You will see it on your screens. There we go. There's the replay.
Otis Poole, 2.20 meters. He can't believe it. That was his first attempt. His personal best this morning was 2.09 meters. That is a huge improvement.
Do you know, I've been watching him for the last 5 minutes, Scott. He went up to the official and asked if he could just go over and speak to his coach. and he walked all the way over here to almost underneath where we're sitting, right on the finish line of the 200 metres, and his face was beaming, and he's just looking over to them again, and they had obviously said to him, just go for it. 2.
Well, do you know, his coach Joy Bray, here is in the arena, he set a personal best of 2:09 in Sheffield 2 weeks ago, and he's just done 2:20. That is meteoric improvement up towards knocking on the door of world class.
So
Brilliant.
what do you do now? What do you do now if you're a coach? Do you just go, okay, let's call it quits, or is he still going up? Because this is what I find amazing about the high jump. You know, it always ends on a failure. But we're just watching the men's long jump now introduced to the crowd.
Yeah, that was Jacob Fincham-Jukes and Sam Kigali. This is Sam Danson from Trafford, 20 years of age. Caden Ramsey here from Burton, only down the road up the M42, A42. Not a far journey for him. He's only 70. Sammy Locke feels like he's been around for a while, the Corby man. Jumped almost 7.5 metres at his best. Sam Ebeneen. Well, he was here at the Keighley Classic last week. Struggled on the runway. I hope that experience has helped him for this weekend. Stephen McKenzie of Edinburgh. A few good Scots here this weekend. This is another one of them. Adam Hall was good yesterday in the triple jump competition, wasn't he? And this man, he's jumped over 8 metres at his best at the Scottish Championships. Alessandro Scianini, 24 years of age.
Well, Poole going for 2:22, can you believe, in this high jump. He's already jumped out of his skin, almost literally today. It's been astonishing for the 17-year-old. His outdoor PB, wait for it, is 2:07. His indoor PB coming into today was 2:09. He's jumped 2:20 already. He's now going for 2:22. And this is astonishing stuff from the youngster. No. And it wasn't a bad effort. He has raised his game quite literally to a totally different level in the last few minutes.
I mean, I was going to tell him to tuck his vest in, but I'm not sure he needs to. I mean, he just clipped
But I
it with
like
his
it. I
palm.
like what you're saying, because you always think at high jump, ironically, it's one of those events where you don't need your clothing flapping all over the place. Surely. You're dead right.
Sam Kigali with the first jump in the long jump competition. And, well, he's been going well this season, Sam Kigali. Powerful athlete, isn't he? Foul in the first round, though, for him.
There's the line, the first of 3 semi-finals in the women's 200 metres. 5 athletes out there. Blakey from Derby AC, 24:40. She ran very close to that in her heat earlier on, only an hour or so ago, 24:47, behind Thomas Wright, the winner of that heat. Thomas Wright will go in the second semi-final. Their final, these athletes, these women, is at 3 o'clock, so in an hour and a half's time. The lucky few. Qualifying, by the way, of course, from each of these semi-finals is the first 2. We'll go through to the final later on in an hour and a half. So somebody will make it through to the final, but get lane 1, which, as we discussed yesterday, is, well, some athletes don't even turn out when they get lane 1 in championships in the past.
Yeah, that was Nana Giedu with her final attempt. She's had 3 fouls in the competition, and that's another in the 6th round. Otis Poole with 2 metres 22, a second attempt for him. He gave it a rattle on the first attempt. He's already got an 11 centimetre personal best. Can he do it here? Oh no. Well, didn't quite have the same spring that time. He's only young, but the fatigue starts to set in at this point. Just didn't quite get the hip height that he did last time. Still one more attempt for Otis Poole at 2:22. Well, Serena Vincent then, 6:60 in the 5th round. That was her 6th round attempt. She has got the gold medal in the bag. She's going to be the UK indoor champion. 16:89 for Serena Vincent. Her biggest throw of the competition coming in that 6th and final round. She's going to go home with the gold medal. What a weekend for her.
So athletes out on the track then for this first semi-final of the women's 200 metres. Let's take a look at these athletes. Webb, Blakey, Freeman, Garland and Ironside out there. The first 2 go through to the final. There is Brooke Ironside. Ironside, who earlier on won her heat in 23.98. That was the 5th and final heat, just ahead of Stoney's personal best. Louise Garland goes in lane 5 for Perth Strathay Harriers. She was second in the heat in 24.33 earlier. Ava Freeman, just 17 years older, Birchfield Harrier, 24.19, her lifetime best, and that is this year. She ran that in her heat earlier on when she finished in 3rd place. Ella Blakey, second in heat 2 this morning in 24.47, so close to a lifetime best of 24.40. And Millie Webb completes the lineup there, the Cardiff AC 19-year-old, 24.88. Webb getting through to this final. Lane 1 empty, but it will be full come the final for some athletes who will have mixed feelings about that draw. The first of 3 semi-finals in the women's 200 metres. Well, away they go, and not a great deal of change over the first 50. Chasing really hard, and second from the inside is Ella Blakey, the 25-year-old from Derby AC. She's going well at the moment. She's got stagger unwinding in the favour of the athletes outside, though. Garland in 5, Ironside in 6. They come down the home straight, and Ironside just beginning to ease away there. Takes it by about 1.5 metres. Garland in 2nd place. No surprise there, perhaps, that the athletes in lane 6 and 5 take 1 and 2. That's the way it's drawn because of their quicker running in the earlier rounds, and also those bends very much in their favour. So they are 1 and 2. The winning time 23.84 there by Brooke Ironside. Not far outside her lifetime best for the Bournemouth AC athlete. Really good running. She managed to race really well, Ali. I thought it was a well-balanced race. She was strong off the final bend.
She was, and we're going to keep going on about the fact that it was only just over an hour ago that they ran the heats here, and it was an uplift in her time, about a 10th quicker. She had that favoured lane 6 and made use of it, and really sort of set her stall out the blocks. You just watch the replay now. Brooke Ironside on the far right of your screen, right up on the curve of the bank track. Not much ground was made by the competitors, but Brooke Ironside, as she took that second bend up the banking, sights on the finish line there, and really just kept the momentum going, arms pumping all the way to the line. First 2 and 2 non-automatic qualifiers, and then it's always a question whether those 2 non-automatic qualifiers in lane 1 and 2 turn up, because it is a tough ask to contend with those tight bends. There's Poole. Wow, we know your name now, Otis.
Yeah, we're not going to forget him. That first time clearance at 2:20, winning the competition. While that first semi-final was going on, he had another go at 2:22. We'll look at it here. I think his best attempt was the first one. You get a bit of fatigue coming in. I mean, that was still pretty good.
He's getting the height.
You know, the irony is, on the vertical, you always finish on a failure. It would have been lovely to have seen a replay of his brilliant clearance at 2:20 then, not a failure.
Yeah, no, I hope they do when they give him the medal. We want to see that back, because for a 17-year-old to come here 11 seconds, I think I mentioned it earlier, you know, when you're in that age, you know, you're making such strides.
Brooke Ironside made great strides to win that first semi-final. 23.84 from Lois Garland, 24.09. Personal best for Ava Freeman there in third place. 24.18 for the 17-year-old Birchfield Harrow. Brilliant stuff.
This is Shanini in the long jump, first attempt. Oh, that looks pretty good. He's very slight. Well, it's not as good as it looked on the board. Well, I have to say that he is a very impressive young jumper, Scottish lad. Didn't quite get the lift off the board that he would perhaps wanted. It's 7.31. I would just say that scoreboard is not in the right place for the long jump, because he was well behind the 7 metre mark but just jumped 7.31. So that's why I was thinking it was a bit confusing, because it looked a good jump, and that's pretty solid for a first round attempt for him. And for Alessandro Shanini, that puts him up into third within this first round. Jacob Fincham-Jukes jumped 7.69 to take an early lead. Well, second semi-final, that young lady in lane 2, 15 years of age, Darcy Costlett. Yesterday she ran 54.50 in the 400 metre semi-finals, which was a UK indoor record for the 400 metres, beating Jodie Williams' best. Well, here we go with Scarlett Thomas-Wright then on the outside. Victor East Kent athlete. Had lane 6 in the heats, looked very good. Kasiwa Mensah as well, only 19 years of age. He ran very well earlier too. We'll fancy her chances if she can get into the final. She's very, very powerful. Zoe Clark, back at the scene of one of her finest moments. 400 metre runner, struggled with injury and illness over the last couple of years. Racing over the 60 yesterday and the 200 here today, has done well to get lane 4. Can she make the final? Well, Louisa Stoney, saw her over the 60 yesterday. Stoney, Belgrave Harrier, ran 24.19. And Darcy Costlett, youngster, 15 years of age, a big, big talent, getting some experience from lane 2. Well, just out of screen, Jacob Fincham-Jukes is holding his hip, or his quad, I think, and he's on the track, so I think the ladies are going to have to just stand up temporarily. Ali, you saw it?
Yeah, I did. Fincham-Duke, obviously absolute favourite, just outside of the medals in the Olympic Games. Absolute favourite for the title here. Went towering down, went to take off, and then I think it looked like his groin that he's holding. So he almost sort of ran, he sort of half, we're just seeing the replay now.
Yeah, he may still win the competition, you never know. 7.69 was a good first round attempt. He looks very smooth. Just his adductor, his groin area. Well, it's
not his takeoff leg, but it's when he's
strange
in real
one,
pain.
Well, thankfully he is up on his feet and walking. He's sitting down in this shot, but we understand he's not recovering fully. There's clearly something wrong there. Let's hope and pray, although in American TV we're told not to speculate, but let's hope it's nothing worse than cramp maybe in that adductor, but I've never heard of cramp in the adductor. Yeah,
that's an unusual one. He was looking really good last week. He's obviously jumped 8.18 indoors this year at altitude and was looking forward to the European indoors and world indoors. He's somebody that wants to get on the rostrum and pick up a medal. So this falls ahead of the second of 3 semi-finals in the women's 200 metres. We've already seen the athletes. It's a tough qualification. Only the top athlete in each heat will go through to the final, which is different compared to the 400 yesterday, when it was just the top 3 automatically through from the 2 semi-finals. It's Thomas-Wright on the outside, Mensah in 5, then Clark in the middle, Stoney, and then Costlett, the youngster, in lane 2. Well, finally out of the blocks, and Thomas-Wright gets out well, but Mensah's working hard from lane 5 and has the advantage, and is storming down that back straight. Zoe Clark looking good at the moment. Costlett working well from lane 2, although it's very, very tight from that lane. And Mensah at the moment has a huge lead as she comes into the home straight. She's got a margin in front of Zoe Clark, who's going very well in second here. But Kasiwa Mensah storming away, 23.68. That is a cracking time. And Zoe Clark from lane 4 in second. We'll have to see whether that's quick enough to get one of the non-automatic qualifying spots. But how about Kasiwa Mensah? That was a dominant display from the 19-year-old. And, well, showing her talents.
Yeah, Mensah, second ranked coming into these British Championships. She took off out the blocks and had Thomas Wright on her outside and was just, her cadence was so much better from the off. Zoe Clark, that's where you would look at the strength of the 400 runner. She's got the ability to do back-to-back within an hour. She looked even better than she did in the heats there. She's almost running herself into form. Qualified by Wright there, coming second. We're just looking at that replay as they swing round into the final straight. Mensah just pulling away, constantly pulling away, almost accelerating to the line there. 23.67. That is just outside her lifetime best, which was set this year of 23.45.
In fact, just a revision of that qualifying. It's only the winner in each heat who goes through. These semi-finals go through in 2 fastest losers, so there will be 5 in the final. They will not use lane 1, as I was reporting earlier. And Zoe Clark, therefore, will have to wait to see. At the moment, she's the second fastest in the non-automatic qualifiers. Double checking that. No, she's not. Zoe Clark will not qualify. She's third fastest in the non-automatic qualifiers. At the moment in the hot seat, Garland and Freeman second and third in the first semi.
Presentations for this men's high jump. Charlie Husbands getting the bronze medal. Bertrand Harrier with that long-ranging takeoff. Kamani Jack, who wears the red bib, he was the favourite coming into this one, but has been, well, turned over by our champion, the young lad from Yates. A massive personal best. Otis Poole, 2 metres 20. 2:11 was a personal best, 2:15 was a personal best, 2:18 was a personal best, and 2:20 a first-time clearance. He's the UK leader and a well-deserved UK indoor champion for the youngster. More to come from him. I'm very intrigued to see how he progresses over the next few years, and he takes the gold back to the southwest.
Sam Ebenezer in this long jump. Yeah, run through that. No. Third and final semi-final of the women's 200 metres coming up. There's only 2 semi-finals, the men's 200 coming up after this. Ebenezer down in 6th place at the moment. He opened with a 6.81, then a no jump there in that second round effort. The shot put for women is concluded, and we can now see those medals being presented. Well, the best throw of the competition coming in the 6th and final round. As we go back to this long jump. So back to this medal ceremony. We started it, then we went away, and now we're going to finish it, I hope. Shauna Thompson taking the bronze medal, 14 metres 77. Nana Gaidu. $14.77 there for third place at Shauna Thompson. Silver medal Nana Giedu, 16.36, but the champion ahead of the Blackheath and Bromley athlete in second. For City of Portsmouth, Serena Vincent, 16 metres 89, coming in the sixth and final round. She won eventually by some 63 centimetres, really convincing winning margin. Prior to that, her best had been 16.60 in round 5. She was getting better and better in the latter stages. She's a very worthy champion indeed. And so to the third semi-final of the women's 200 metres. There it is, Wopples, Bennett, Brooks, Moss and Bell. And somewhat bizarrely, Alison Bell, Jasmine Moss and Stephanie Brooks there in lanes 6, 5 and 4 were all drawn in the first heat earlier on, and they finished in first, second and third from the outside as they're drawn in this one. So Alison Bell goes in 6th, the Gifford North athlete. 23.78 to win her heat earlier. 23.45, her lifetime best earlier on this winter. Jasmine Moss for Gateshead Harriers goes in lane 5. 23.84 she ran, not far behind Bell in that first round heat earlier on. Stephanie Brooks goes in lane 4. Yeighton District 21-year-old was third in that first heat in 24.43, and that actually was a new personal best for her, so she's had a great day already at the races. Rachel Bent goes in lane 3 in those familiar Sale Harriers Manchester colours, the 22-year-old, best of 23.65. And inside her, Madeline Wopples for Solihull and Small Heath. Bennett, by the way, even though she ran 24.18 in her heat, isn't recorded any time this season on this start list, but she does now have a mark. I think her 200 heat was probably her first 200 of the season. So the only the winner goes through by right, remember. Ironside winning the first semi-final, 23.84. Mentor the second semi-final, 23.64. And in the two hot seat positions, non-automatic qualifier positions from the first semi-final, Garland, 24.09, and Freeman, 24.18. So that's the target for the second placer in this one, 24.18 as they head off down the back straight. Looking really strong at the moment. Two athletes on the outside. Bell on the outside. Moss to the second to left in that Gateshead Harriers colours, the red and white. Round the bend here now. Moss has got a target. Bell's got to hold her form here as they come round the bend. And maybe Moss with a slight advantage. They come towards the line. It's very tight at the line, but Bell taking it, holding on there as Moss was really challenging and threatening. Only a few centimetres down. That winning time, 23.49 for Alison Bell on the outside. It's 4/100ths outside her lifetime best, and that would suggest to me that yes, if it's 23.49 here, I think Jasmine Moss will get one of those two non-automatic spots, Alison Kirbishley.
Yes, and a massive personal best again. I think the second personal best of the day was that for Jasmine Moss. We're just waiting for the results to come up on the screen. Yeah, confirmed Alison Bell, 23.48. Just outside her lifetime best of 23.45. Definitely had the strength in those latter 20 metres or so. Jasmine Moss was pushing her all the way. There wasn't much of the stagger eating up a good 150 metres into that race. But Alison Bell, confirmed on our screen, pushed all the way by the Gateshead Harrier, coached by the Teesside Tornado, Richard Kilty. A second personal best for Jasmine Moss today.
And in fact, Bell there winning 23.48, a personal best for Moss, but I can confirm, well, unofficially can confirm that Rachel Bennett goes through as well, 23.95. The second and third places in that third and final semi have eased their way through, battled their way through to the final. There it is, the non-automatic qualifiers, Jasmine Moss and Rachel Bennett, second and third in that final semi. Alison Bell, the best of the day, 23.48, winning that third semi.
Yeah, Alison Bell still only under 23. The European under 23 qualifying time for the GB team is 23.30. She's run 23.45 this year. It'd be great for her to get that indoors. Well, in this long jump competition, Jacob Pincham Dukes has retired, so it makes things a bit interesting. He still leads the competition, 7.69. That was Sam Danson 7:42 he got in the second round. 7:47 for Danson. That's an improvement and equals Stephen Mackenzie's score from the first round. So they are now tied in second place. So Sam Danson jumps into second. Next up in around about 1 minute's time, we have the first of two semi-finals in the men's 200 metres. Here's Caden Ramsey of Burton. Ramsey, 6.93 in the second round, his best attempt, sits back in sixth place at the moment. And here he goes. He bouncy down the runway, which is good. I think it's going to be close to 7 metres. Ignore that scoreboard, because I do not believe it to be in the right place based on where everybody's been landing. .662 for Caden Ramsey, so it is no improvement for him. He stays in sixth place. So here's the athletes in the first of two semi-finals. Very tough qualification. Only the top two will go through. Remember, we had 4 heats, which means we have 3 heat winners in this first semi-final. So plenty of other field action to come as well. But let's take a look at Luke Durrell on the outside. Done very well earlier on. England champion last year for Luke Durrell. Joe Ferguson wears that red bib. He's the fastest in the lineup today. 20.99 in Glasgow just a couple of weeks ago. Looked very good running 21.2 in the heats earlier on. Kai Crawford looks very strong as well. Crawford, based in Spain, 7th at the England under-20s last year. Shamar Balbazar, former European under-23 champion over the 200 metres. Done well to make this semi-final. He has lane 3, the same lane he had in the heats earlier on. He's a tall lad, but he's powerful, and it's great to see Shamar Balbazar back on the scene. Unfortunately, Marcus McLean does not start in lane 2. He replaced Aaron Tugwell, a late revision to this start list, so only 4 athletes. 2 of them from this first semi-final will go through to the final. Giving away, Durrell attacks the first 50 metres, and Ferguson down this back straight ran so well earlier on. Balbazar going nicely in the yellow of Newnham on the inside, and Kai Crawford now into his running, but Joe Ferguson, who motored round this bend in the heats earlier on, does the same again. Durrell's trying to come back at him. Ferguson looks left and right. There's nobody there. 21.20. It's cool and comfortable again, and if he finishes that sort of run to 100% in the final, he is going to motor to something very, very quick.
He's still looking so comfortable. I mean, he's not giving an awful lot away because he's switching off and really trying to show us that he's switching off by looking left and right just to make sure he's clear. As we look at the replay again, he's in lane 5, wearing the British kit, Joe Ferguson. Makes up the stagger in the latter half of this race. Not much between him and Durrell. And this is where he attacks this second bend. He did it in his heat. He did exactly the same here in the semi-final. And about a metre down on Durrell, he really comes out of that bend a metre up. And then almost switches off. And 21.20, or rounded down now to 21.19.
Back to this long jump. Shanini in 4th place at the moment. He opened with a 7:31. Of course, Jacob Fincham-Jukes has retired from the competition. He opened with 7:69 in round 1, then had that injury in round 2, so he has retired, but he does lead. Can you imagine if he won with just that one valid jump? But Shanini, here he goes. That doesn't look too bad. That might be an improvement. Gets the green light too. Just Alessandro Shanini. He's got no mark from earlier on this year. He's an 8-metre jumper at his absolute best. Won the Scots title a couple of years ago. 4th in the Commonwealth Youth Games back in 2017, Shanini. And that is solid, 7:59. It moves him up into 2nd place. Quite some improvement on his opening after 7:31. Eases past Sam Danson, Trafford AC's man, and moves down into a 4th, 3rd.
Well, the official result then of that first semi-final, Joe Ferguson 21.19 and Luke Durrell 21.38. A good run from him. Well, if Joe Ferguson can pick up the pace in that final 50 metres and just not relax off, which he's been doing because he's been so far ahead, he will run something very quick indeed. And it's the top 2 automatically through, so Durrell and Ferguson will be in the final. Crawford will have to wait and see whether he's done enough.
There is that lineup for the 2nd semi-final. Remember, it's the first 2 who go through by right, slightly more generous than for the women's 3 semis, where only the winner was guaranteed to place. Briar, Arkell, Franklin, Taylor and Krishawn Aiken on the outside. The 2 we know have gone through to the final so far. Ferguson, the winner of that first heat, and Durrell, who was 2nd. Durrell, by the way, running a season's best 21.38, that 2nd place. Crawford is 3rd, 21.70. He may yet get that non-automatic qualifying spot. Only one of those available here, because the crowd are fired up by Giant Cow. What else would you expect in Birmingham?
Yeah, I had a lovely interview at the Commonwealth Games Rugby
bull,
Sevens with that bull, the Birmingham Bull.
I know, bull ring.
Yeah, he was very friendly. Didn't say very much though, unfortunately.
Why did you meet him?
Well, he was
Down
at the
the
Commonwealth Games Rugby Sevens, and I was there interviewing him. So
you interviewed him?
well, I tried to. Didn't get much out of him. No, I don't really, unfortunately. So
you speak bull?
No, yeah, I sometimes do. Yeah, who doesn't? We all do. It's a commentator's job, right?
You didn't wear red, did you?
We have to. Okay, here we go then. Krishawn Aiken goes in lane 6 on the outside in this 2nd semi of the men's 200. 29-year-old, 21.55 this year. Harry Taylor goes in lane 5, the 24-year-old from Harrow AC in fine fettle, has almost broken 21 seconds in PB, 21.20 this year. Ethan Franklin from Woodford Green, Essex AC. He's just 18 years old, but 21.31 this year. Puts him in the conversation. Nice draw too, lane 4. Freddie Arkell, less favourable lane draw. The Hercules Wimbledon man goes in lane 3, 21.70 this year. He knows he's up against it here, and Joe Briar likewise for Swansea Harriers on the inside in lane 2. 21.78 this season is his lifetime best. Remember that first heat, Ferguson 21.19, 21.19. That was quick.
On your mark.
So the fastest time by a UK athlete this year, Jaden Smith, 20.90. That was at Fayetteville in the USA back on the 17th of January, a month ago. Semi-final 2. Briar, Arkell, Franklin, Taylor and Aiken on the outside. Well, really quick running there from Franklin. Ethan Franklin's gone off like a rocket in the colours of Woodford Green and AC. That 3rd from left, right in the centre. He's moving well. He's holding the 2 outside him. Now the stagger will unwind in his favour. He's up against it here though, because there's really strong running from Taylor in the black there of Harrow AC. They come down the home straight. Who's going to take it? And it is Taylor who takes it. Brilliant running from Ethan Franklin. Gave him a real battle there, and he may be rewarded with a place yet. 21.14. That is quicker than Ferguson in the first semi. That's the fastest of the day, and sub 20 beckons perhaps for the final in an hour or so's time. Harry Taylor 21.14. That is very close to his lifetime best. It's certainly a season's best, And he's now got to focus for a third race in the day in that final. The final is coming up. Let's just double check that. The final for the men is at 3:10. So, yeah, in an hour and 10 minutes' time.
And if I'm right in saying, I think that means that Harry Taylor will have run himself into lane 6, with Ferguson inside him, being Harry Taylor the quickest going into the final now. They won't have long now, but you've got this real unorthodox style. It's almost kind of just grinds his way to the... He's like head down, arms pumping. I've never seen anyone with such a high arm carriage. But he was driving all the way to the line, Harry Taylor there, and deserved the win. But it's going to be an interesting battle between him and Ferguson. Yes, there's another 4 men in it, but I think that's going to be a real great head-to-head. And I think they're going to get close to 21 seconds.
The first 3 from that second semi will go through. Taylor, Aiken and Franklin. Franklin third, 21:30 would have been a comfortable second in the first semi. So it is the first 2 who go through by right. In fact, just checking, it's up to Ferguson and Durrell from the first semi, Taylor and Aiken from the second semi, and Franklin will go through from that second semi-final in third place.
Well, that was Sam Kigali in the long jump. And Kigali, who hadn't got a legal jump until that 4th round, marked 7 metres 21. That puts him into 6th. He's only 26 centimetres off a medal. He's more than capable, Sam Kigali, of getting over 7.5 metres. Next up on the track view, it's the men's 3,000 metres. This is the summary of the results, just to show you who goes through to that men's 200 metre final in, oh my goodness, it's an hour and 10 minutes time. Not very long, is it? So the lane draw is going to be so important. Caden Ramsey not been over 7 metres today. That was his 4th round attempt. Well, he's got a bit of a nervous weight here. 670, it's no improvement. He's been in and around that sort of distance. He's done a 660 something, a 670 something, a 680 something, and now a 690 something is best, a 693 from that second round. So Vincent Duke still leads. Shanini's trying to close the gap. He will jump very shortly for his 4th round attempt. So Hall there. 7:17 is best. In 7, we do have the women's high jump to come, and the men's shot put. Scott Lincoln looking for another title. Well, those athletes storming around the track are for the men's 3,000 metres.
Yeah, 3,000 metres. There's such a big field here, Scott. 17 athletes. They're going to have 2 start lines, obviously one and outside the other. 6 in one and 11 in the other, we understand. It is a high calibre field.
Evanine in the long jump for Sale Harriers. Had a tough time finding the board last week. He's a bit better this week. He's done 7:27. That's a foul for Sam Evanine. No improvement for him. He's going to have 2 more jumps to go. But yeah, 17, Tim. I mean, we're starting to get to dangerous territory. I think they are going to be starting from 2 different marks.
Well, they are, but yeah, I mean, it's a big field. You don't see a field much bigger than that in any of the commercial races on the circuit, but obviously it makes more sense to have them all running together than to have 2 separate races. This long jump continues. Finch and Duke still in the lead.
Yeah, amazing really, isn't it, that attempt from him, 7.69. I really do hope he's okay. I'll be honest with you, he looked in a lot of discomfort. I don't think that's something like cramp. I think he's going to be missing the European Indoors. He'll do very well if he can make it back for the World Indoors.
What a high caliber field we've got in this men's 3,000 metres. Boy, oh boy, George Mills goes in this one. Fastest European this year, 7:27.92. It makes him almost one of the fast top 10 all time in this discipline. Let's have a look at these times. 8 minutes used to be a good benchmark for national standard 3,000 metre runners. Maybe 7:50 was international class. We've now got to lop about 10 seconds off that because the standard has gone through the roof, particularly in the last few weeks, frankly. George Mills, 7:27 he ran in Boston just recently. In fact, just checking, it was in Val d'Orée, excuse me. There were so many great fast races in North America. It was in France that he ran that. Adam Fogg goes in this one as well, the commentary good Ivor Harrier, 7:40. Henry McLuckie must be discounted either. The Isle of Wight athlete is 7:41 performer. Look for James West too, 7:37 this year. This is an event which really does underline the riches we've got here in the UK. In the middle distances, 1,500, 3,000, 5,000. This is the meeting ground, really, the 1,500 and 3,000 metre runners. We understand that George Mills is going to try and make it a fast last kilometre here to test himself in championship racing conditions. Danny Mills is sitting here in the stadium. To our left, the former England footballer and father of George Mills.
Yeah, it's really interesting that they've got these sets of athletes staggered differently, because Adam Fogg, George Mills, James West, Henry McLuckie have all got the standard for the European indoors of 7 minutes and 43. McLuckie there in the yellow on the outside. Tom Bridger is in there as well. Tom Bridger's ran 7:50 this year. So the idea is, by stepping those guys a little bit further round the track and on the outside, they'll all run 3,000 metres, but it will make it a little bit easier. Adam Fogg is somebody that was tricked at the World Indoors in the heats last year. He's got very long legs, and it becomes a bit of a challenge as well. So this is more of a safety thing, and hopefully we can see some quick times.
Well, I mean, the quality of this field would not disappoint most meeting directors on the continent, the big commercial meetings. It is quite fabulous, and to think they are all Brits. Here we go. So, 15 laps of the track then. And how will it go in the early stages? Traditionally, championship middle distance races are slow and meandering in the first half, certainly, and then they begin to wind up and pick it up later in the race. James West will be a major factor here, I'm sure. West with that Tunbridge AC vest, 7:37 onto second place there. Just looking for all these big names. It's such a big field. I think George Mills, is that him back in about sixth place at the moment? I think he will take a second. In fact, no, George Mills right at the back of the field, isn't it? And just taking his time. Doing a Mo Farah here, I guess you could say, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting tactic, isn't it? He's never won a national title, George Mills. He's obviously got the UK record this year over the 3,000. This is his event. And last year, obviously, he was competing over the 5,000 at the Olympics. And, you know, I think this is a good distance for him, really. And he will fancy his chances, but sitting at the back more than comfortably. But interesting that Charles Wheeler has gone to the front early on here to try and push the pace, and Wheeler is somebody that is just off the time it's required for the European indoors. He's ran 7:44 this year. The time is 7:43, so he's trying to push this pace and maybe get that qualifying mark.
But if that's his plan, it's a very tough way to do it. It's to run a personal best and get out there and run 7:43. I mean, you'd think he'd have maybe keyed up somebody else to help him with this. That's what I used to do in major championships. I'd catch one, two fellas and say, look, do you want to try and make this a decent, honest race at a healthy tempo, or would you prefer just to jog around for 10 laps of a 5,000 and then blast the last 1,000? And usually you can find somebody who would cooperate.
Well, the ideal candidate for that would have been his twin brother George, who was on the entries, but he's not competing here today. And I'm sure if he was able, he would be here doing that. But this race so far, Wheeler at the front by some 10 metres, and everybody else is just letting George Mills sit there and dictate the state of play. I think maybe they're kind of just giving him this race early on.
Yeah, and I think Wheeler, who's been on the podium the last couple of years as well, wants to make this an honest race. He knows how big this field was always going to be. There were rumours early in the week that there might be heats, but it was very much shut down by British Athletics. They were intending to make this a final. So we knew there was going to be a lot of men in it, and I think Charles Wheeler's just thought, I need to get this moving. What's the point in having a almost pedestrian first kilometre and making it a 2,000 or a 1,500 metre race? So he has, and look at the difference. This is what has happened. They're stretched out a good 25, 30 metres now, and the man that's gone with him is the man that finds this really comfortable. 2:35 first kilometre.
It is 2:35, that first kilometre. Good, healthy tempo, 7:45 tempo, and it was all down to Wheeler. Congratulations to him. But it's also forced George Mills to change his game plan, because he's gone from last place to first place during that first kilometre. He's tucked in there behind Wheeler now, who actually, for somebody of Mills' calibre, and George Mills, don't let's forget, is a man who has run a 3:47 mile just last September in Eugene, Oregon. He's a man who's run a 3:48 mile in the last couple of weeks. Last year, last winter, but 7:27 shows him fabulous form. So he's a pacemaker here, Wheeler. And this is, okay, it might not be exactly what George Mills wanted, which was a blast over the last 4 or 5 laps, Scott, but actually he is acting as a pacemaker here for George Mills.
Yeah, Charles Wheeler, look, he got silver medal here last year behind James West, who's somewhere near the front there, but Wheeler pushing on, looking to try and not just get amongst the top 3, which would put him in a good place for the European indoor selection. He's trying to get that qualifying standard as well, and it's so important that he keeps trying to push this pace. And George Mills right now, exactly where he'd want to be, dictating the state of play. Everybody can see him. Wheeler knows he's in the behind as well, and is still trying to pick this up and move it on.
Adam Fogg taking it nice and steadily. He's back in 8th place at the moment. The tall Australian Englishman speaks with a strong Aussie accent, but he's decided to declare for the UK. And in that red vest, he's got a bit of work to do at the moment, has Foggy, to get up there with the best fellas in that Coventry Godiva Harriers vest.
It's just not in the interest of any of the other guys, other than Wheeler, to make this a quick race. Because, like you said, Mills, McLuckley, West, they've all got the qualifying for the European champs, so they know they've just got to get into the top 2. Wheeler knows he needs the time.
Well, it's quick, there's no doubt about that. Single file for these 17 men that stretched out over about 90 metres of this track now, and still Wheeler leading. He's leading them a merry dance, 6 in this lead pack who have got away. George Mills looking very comfortable, and that's deceptively languid style of his in second place in that white vest of Brighton Phoenix.
I mean, they're all in pursuit of Charles Wheeler here, aren't they? And Adam Fogg, we just said he was could have drifted a bit. He's starting to pick up the pace and try and latch onto the back of Oisin Perry, the Welshman, who is there in 6th at the moment. Fogg just trying to close that back. He has got that 1,500 metre speed. I wonder if it just starts to slow a bit and breaks up, whether he's going to have enough to try and claw back. But Wheeler is doing a superb job at the front here.
He is, but he's having to do it all himself. And they come through this time, and it'll be 2 kilometres, 2:35 for the first kilometre. They go through there in 5:13.1, so a 2:37 and bits there for that second kilometre. So a little bit slower. He's obviously trying to save something for the final surge. This is where George Mills said that he would really pain the last kilometre and try and run a 2:22, something like that. But maybe he's thinking, nope, there's no need for that because this is a healthy enough tempo.
Well, he probably didn't expect the first 2K to be going through in 5 minutes 13, because he'll be looking down the field trying to work out who's going to front run this. But it's so obvious that the pace is slowing now, isn't it? Because this group now with Concertina, and now with 4 laps to go, George Mills hits the front for the first time.
He does indeed. 800 metres to run, 2 laps of an outdoor track. Mills might not have that blistering speed over the final 200 metres necessary to win gold medals in major championships, but these days, with the Jakob Ingebrigtsen philosophy having been imposed on the rest of the world, it's usually a strength effort that's needed in middle distance races in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, McLuckie is doing really well in that yellow vest in 2nd at the moment. James West is there in 3rd. Fogg is in 4th at the moment. Oisin Perrin, who we haven't seen much of indoors, is going very well in 4th as well. And it is just starting to burn, and these guys will really hurt over the next couple of minutes.
He's winding it up here now. West is struggling after leading the race for the first 2/3. He's dropping back now as Mills continues to wind it up. And he's doing so well to hold them at bay here. James West in 2nd place. And they're coming now, 2 laps to go. This would be the bell outdoors. And Mills still looking strong, still looking relaxed. When he runs 7:27, 7:37, 7:47 is a stroll in the park, frankly. Now he begins to wind it up, and a really visible acceleration there from Mills. West in second place, going with him, matching him stride for stride.
McCluskey in third in the yellow vest. Adam Hogg trying to chase him down in fourth. Both of those two have the European indoor qualifying time. West is going really well here. If he gets in the top two and finishes this race, he's going to be going to Appledorn, but George Mills at the front.
Mills leading then, 150 to run. West right behind him. Has he got the kick here over George Mills? Danny Mills, the father of George Mills, sitting 10 feet to our left, watching this one with his heart in his mouth, no doubt. 100 metres to run, still only a metre between them. West hanging on for all he's worth, and look at George Mills now, kicking off the final bend. Is West going to get there? Mills keeps that metre gap, and he's going to take it. Brilliant running from Mills. 7:40.16 the winning time. That is superbly fast. It is, of course, a new championship record by over 9 seconds from George Mills. That matters not. This is a different era. And that was special running. Beautifully set up, and all credit to Charlie Wheeler for giving it a real go over the first 2/3. What a fabulous race. That was world-class racing we've been treated to here this afternoon.
Haven't we just? And just referencing Charlie Wheeler, unfortunately, with about 500 metres to go, he actually stepped off the track down the back straight. I think he was spent, he'd done his work, and I think, unfortunately for him, not finishing here today. But what a run up front. George Mills could just not shirk James West. He was there every time the next gear was stepped up. James West was there, and it was phenomenal to watch. In the last lap, I thought, hang on a minute, I think he could do it. But to watch those times here in Great Britain with a race, no pacemaker apart from Charlie Wheeler, but a race. That was really good stuff from the guys. There's our two guys heading off to Appledorn in just over a week's time.
Well, James West, the reigning champion, was not giving up that gold medal without a fight, was he? George Mills, his first national title, did really well here. Look, he just drifted out into lane 2. West was finishing so quickly, but in the end ran out of track. And just a cracking race, isn't it?
Do you know, if you're going to the last lap of a fast 3,000, a metre down on a guy who's run 7:27, you're probably going to finish it at best a metre down on the guy who's run 7:27. That's exactly what happened. James West there relying upon that super kick of his, the Tunbridge AC man. But just a metre shy of taking it. 7:40.33 though in second place is no mean performance, and Henry McCluskey in third place. Well, what, some 8.5 seconds down.
Well, McCluskey has that European indoor qualifying mark. He's ran 7:41.97 this year. He's third. We can take 3 to Appledorn. He's in pole position. The top 2 are automatic, but we're discussing who gets that third spot tonight, and Henry McCluskey's put himself in a good spot.
Yeah, I think my only question was where was Pooty, but I think because he's based maybe in the States, he was third ranked coming in this year, had a fantastic cross country, obviously got onto the podium of the European cross country in the junior age group, and has been posting some great times over in the States, 7:40 himself this year, but he's not here, so you'd be looking at McCluskey, who came here and really gave it his all.
And you know, another athlete who's not here, Josh Kerr, the reigning world indoor champion at 3,000 metres from Glasgow last year. Josh Kerr pulled out with illness from the Milroy's Games a couple of weeks back, and he's announced that he has closed his indoor season. He's not going to worry about the European indoors or world indoors. Josh Kerr is going to focus on the summer now, the World Championship betting in September, and everybody's got about 7 months to prepare for those. But yeah, I'm still stunned at the calibre of that racing. Fabulous stuff from George Mills from Brighton Phoenix, a worthy winner there, 7:40.16, and he does have a British title.
He does now. You know, I'm looking at that championship record. That's your era, isn't it? 1961, is that right? Or had you finished your career by then?
You cheeky devil.
But look at that. I mean, Cosford, we haven't seen a race as quick as that at the British Championships. Honestly, I'm going to enjoy this next, 5 years, 6 years, decade or whatever, of men's. How many years have we waited for competitive championship racing?
Well, we're treated to it. It's like sprinting in the USA and actually distance running in the USA now, because they are so strong in depth, and we've got that here in the UK now. I mean, Adam Fogg is a 3:49 miler. He's gone fourth in 7:50 in that 3,000.
Well, the women's high jump about to get underway. And they'll be starting the competition nice and early. This is Hannah Lake. Emily Borthwick went to Tokyo 4 years ago now, struggled with some injury back in the UK. Building nicely last week at the Keighley Classic. This is Lucy Wallaker, 26 years of age. Morgan Lake, well, all that experience. What can she do at the European indoors and the world indoors? Looking for that international medal. Hallie Ferguson, 20 years of age, still only 20. She feels like she's been around for a long time. And Carmen Rose, McKinson and Polytechnic, the sixth athlete in this women's high jump final.
Well, the next event on the track is the women's 3,000 metres. Quite an act to follow, that men's race. After that, we're straight into finals all the way. It's 400s for men. There it is, George Mills taking the men's 3,000 metres, a championship record by over 9 seconds, 7:40.16 ahead of James West. Brilliant running from the Tubbertay Seaman. Henry McLucky may make the trip to Appledorn as well with that third place, 7:48. Superb stuff from all those fellas. Really good to see some world-class racing here this weekend, which lit up the arena, which, by the way, is probably 90% full, maybe 95% full. Great crowd in here for this second day of these Microclass UK Athletics Indoor Championships.
Yeah, the men's shot put. Just see in the background there that Scott Lincoln was getting things underway. Just through some of the warm-ups. This is the start list, though, for the women's 3,000 metres. Well, it could have been an absolute belter, this race. It still might be. We were expecting some big names, Melissa Courtney-Bryan, Katie Snowden perhaps. Neither of those two here. Again, a big field. So many lining up, 17 of them. Well, they're the lady, the right of picture, Laura Muir. Olympic silver medalist back in Tokyo. Personal best last year. Saw her British record broken by Georgia Hunter-Bell in that Olympic final in Paris. And here's the others as well. So, here we go then with this women's 3,000 metre final. Laura Muir won this last year. It was a typical Laura Muir finish. Finishing 3 seconds ahead of Hannah Nuttall on that day. Kate Exwood getting the bronze. She's not here. Hannah Nuttall is.
Well, we can go to this long jump final. There's just 2 jumps left at the moment. And Danson, Sam Danson of Trafford AC in third place at the moment with 7:47. That came in the third round. Taking his final round effort there. Giving it his all. Really good height from Danson. Nice technician. He's only 20 years old. But he hasn't injured himself as well. Holding his back there, I thought, for a minute. 7:60, so he does improve, but it doesn't improve his position. He stays in third place. He's got the bronze.
Well, it's a comfortable pace over these opening couple of laps. Laura Muir just sitting in around about fourth at the moment. Hannah Nuttall is just tucked in behind her. She wears the red bib. She's the fastest in this lineup, and it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes, because Ines Fitzgerald is the lady at the front of this race, and if you've seen her over the last couple of years, this is exactly how she races everything.
Alessandro Scanini then for Giffnock North AC, 7:65 in the 5th round. He's only 4 centimetres shy of Jacob Fincham-Dukes' leading jump. I'm not sure that's enough. No, great height, really good height. Gets the green light as well on the runway, but I think he took one look at it and knew he hadn't done enough. It's been a solid series, 7:31 opener, 7:59 in round 3, 7:65 in round 5. He only needed for another couple of centimetres, 4 centimetres in fact, to match Fincham-Dukes, who took an opening jump and then dropped out with injury, if you've only just joined us. And it looked like a groin injury, unfortunately, for the British number 1.
Well, we were perhaps expecting Melissa Courtney-Bryant to be here. She was entered for this race. We're not quite sure why she's not here. We're maybe guessing that a bit of an injury perhaps, or a niggle, or she's ill, we're not too sure, but it puts into question whether or not we're going to have Melissa Courtney-Byron as part of the team for Appledorn as well, and it makes this an interesting race, because if you don't come in the top two, it comes up for grabs. And Innes Fitzgerald, if she finishes in that third spot as a youngster, only 18 years of age, maybe she gets it for the experience.
Yeah, by all accounts, we were chatting to British Athletics, and she has been given an exemption. She is very much still wanting to continue on her indoor season, so we're hoping that Melissa Courtney-Byron is in one piece, whether it's illness or injury, because obviously that phenomenal Welsh record earlier on in the season in Boston, 8:28.69 there, just shy of Laura Muir's national record. So we were expecting a real head-to-head between Laura Muir and Melissa Courtney-Byron, and throw in Innes Fitzgerald, the young athlete coached by Joe and Gav Pavey. She's now deciding, we see her so much on the circuit, so much in the winter on the country. She's decided to have a crack at the indoor season, and she's doing well this year.
Scott, they've just gone through 1K in 3:05. It could hardly be more different to the men's races.
Yeah.
9:15 tempo. It's pedestrian stuff, but plenty of the women in this race. This is championship racing that we're more used to, actually.
Yeah, I think if it starts to pick up at the end, which it will, Innes Fitzgerald has never really been in a race like that. You know, she's so used to, and I've seen so much of her in the cross-country scene over the last couple of years. She gets out hard, she really does smash the first 100 and just keeps going. For her here, this is a really brave opportunity to get to the front and try and learn how to race on the track, something she hasn't done a lot of. She did come fourth at the World Juniors last year, and she's a multiple-time European Junior cross-country champion as well. So this is interesting to see her take to the front. I think Laura Muir will be very happy in fourth at the moment, and Hannah Nuttall exactly where she would want to be in fifth, just citing where Laura Muir is at the moment.
Yeah, neither of them really need to do the work, but you can tell that something has been injected into the pace here, because you only just need to look at the women now. They're all spread at least 30 metres around the track, single file almost now, but Innes Fitzgerald's just starting to turn the screw a little bit. We're just starting to see a pace injected into this race.
Well, the girl in third there is Jess Bailey, somebody that Innes Fitzgerald will know very well from their junior cross-country running days. Jess Bailey now at the University of Birmingham. This is effectively a home race for her. She ran a whopping British record 15:37 for the 5k on the road just a couple of months ago, and now Jess Bailey just moving onto the shoulder of Carrie Hughes here and starting to make her move, and Muir starting to go with it as well, Tim.
Isn't it kind of ironic, with all the experience in this race, it's taking an 18-year-old to go to the front and wrestle some respectability into the tempo here mid-race. This will be a much, much quicker second kilometre, 3:05.50 that first kilometre. This one's going to be way, way inside 3 minutes.
I mean, last year we saw very similar sort of tactics. Muir settled in, and then she hit the hammer as she's done so often, and, you know, easy to forget that 6 years ago, Laura Muir was double European indoor champion over the 1500 and 3000. She was fifth at the world indoors last year over this distance. She's so experienced, and she's there sitting in third. And I suspect Jess Bailey and Innes Fitzgerald will feel a bit of pressure from the experienced Olympic medalist in third at the moment.
I think you've probably also got to remember that this is the first time we've seen Laura Muir since Paris in the Olympic Games. She hasn't raced an awful lot, and I think that's probably part of the reason that she is here, just wanting to come out and race, not go a whole winter without that feeling of putting the spikes on, putting the race spikes on, hearing the gun go and getting round the track. You know, there's no training session that can replicate that. So she's now in a race. She's got Innes Fitzgerald still leading there as they go through 2000 in 6:02.
So this leading group of five, then it's Innes Fitzgerald from Jess Bailey, Laura Muir, Hannah Nuttall, Carrie Hughes, and then just drifting off the back in sixth at the moment is Elise Thorner. She's ran under 9 minutes before as well. And we are starting to build, and they're all just lining up in behind, and we might be in for a bit of a ding-dong over the final couple of laps here. Innes Fitzgerald, though, does not look phased. She's got to the front. She's taken this one out. It's not been that quick, and everybody else happy to sit in behind.
You're exactly right, Ali, when you say that you can't replicate racing in training, but you can get close to it. Laura Muir's always been one of those athletes who can come out and run really well in her first race of the season. A little bit like Killy Hodgkinson last year when she came out in Paris and smashed the fastest time in the world for much of the season at the Diamond League there. So Laura Muir is capable of turning it on when she needs to. She's one of those athletes right up on her toes who's a joy to watch. She's become a legend in British middle and long distance running, and she looks comfortable there on the shoulder of Bailey.
Yeah, Jess Bailey is now taken to the front, another 18-year-old leading this race. She was the European under-18 silver medalist, and Hannah Nuttall tries to make a move on the outside, and Laura Muir is smart there. She just brushes her shoulder and takes to the front. Jess Bailey's going to slip into third now, and Hannah Nuttall trying to follow Muir's move.
Yeah, 600 metres to go, and now the cream is rising to the top. We've got Laura Muir versus Hannah Nuttall. Great running from the young athlete Jess Bailey here, still in the mix, tried to move this race on, tried to put some pace into it, but Innes Fitzgerald's still there as well. Laura Muir, as she comes round to see 2 laps to go.
Into the final 400 then, Nuttall doing exactly what she would have wanted to do coming into this race, just tracking Laura Muir. She was silver here last year, just outside 2 minutes, and Innes Fitzgerald was still there. Jess Bailey, Carrie Hughes dropping off now. We're going to be in for a real scrap for the silver and bronze.
Isn't it brilliant that in British Championships, Laura Muir here has really got to be racing in her top form against athletes the calibre of Fitzgerald in third and Hannah Nuttall in second place. She's got to have a race hat on.
And much like George Mills, Laura Muir hasn't got rid of the competitors behind her. She's got a battle on her hands with Hannah Nuttall, who hasn't quite let that elastic snap between her and the leader.
Well, Laura Muir to me looks so comfortable here. Hannah Nuttall trying to go with this pace. What has she got left in the legs? Innes Fitzgerald's just pulling away from Jess Bailey in the bronze medal position, but Laura Muir now just starts to inject the pace again with 100 metres to go. It's Nuttall in second, Fitzgerald in third. What can Laura Muir do? Nuttall is pushing. It's going to be close into the final 50 metres, and Hannah Nuttall pushes on. Nuttall's going to be the UK indoor champion. Look at that for a sprint finish. 8:48.36. It's Muir in second, Fitzgerald in third. Well, Nuttall, a couple of extra races in the legs, and perhaps that showed in the final 100 metres. But an amazing win for Hannah Nuttall. My goodness, that came down to the wire, didn't it? It was bubbling nicely.
2 fantastic 3,000 metre races. Very, very different though. And as I said, with 1 lap to go, Laura Muir had not destroyed Hannah Nuttall enough. She just kept that gap. She just kept feeling, I've got this. If I can just hang on to the coattails. She hasn't wound it up enough, and she looked the most comfortable. You know, one thing you will always get from Laura Muir is aggression in that final left. She left nothing out there, but Hannah Nuttall was enjoying that ride round, wasn't she?
I think it's almost like one of those relay situations where you come off the final bend with the bat in your hand. It's nicer to be on somebody's shoulder than to be 30 centimetres in front of them.
Rather than being
and Hannah
chased.
Nuttall there, you're right to point out the fact she's got a couple of races in her legs as well. And we said nothing can replicate racing. But brilliant running from Hannah Nuttall there, and she looked confident coming off the final bench. She looked like she should know it. And you know what? Just to shout out for her old dad, the late John Nuttall, he'll be up in heaven punching the air watching that one. That was a superb performance. And John, of course, his best distance was 3,000.
Yeah, I was about to say, Tim, I mean, it was a cracking final lap, wasn't it? Hannah Nuttall, of course, won the 5,000 metres outdoors last year at the UK Championships. At this point, it looked like Muir was in control. Innes Fitzgerald was resurgent over the last 300 metres, and this is where Laura Muir typically strives. She just pulls away from the rest of the field, but I think, and I said earlier on in the race, that Hannah Nuttall is exactly where she wanted to be, just tracking that shoulder. And when you don't have to think about when you're making a move, you're just following somebody else, it's a lot easier to make the moves.
Yeah, and I think you know, the beauty of Laura Muir over the years has been her invincibility. She's had an aura around her, and the last couple of outdoor championships, you know, the likes of Georgia Taylor-Brown and Georgia Taylor-Brown, that'll be the triathlete.
She did run the Nationals yesterday.
She did run 9th. She came 9th at the Nationals yesterday. No, Georgia Hunter-Bell obviously beat her outdoors last year. The likes of Katie Snowden have been the previous year. And I think that blistering last lap where she did destroy people, I think some of these girls now are thinking, if I can stay within that metre, 2 metres. Hannah Nuttall didn't need to do any of the work. She ran a perfect race, and she's now the national champion.
Well, the presentation ceremony for the men's 3,000 metres. George Mills, of course, the champion, ahead of Henry McLuckie in third, James West in second. What a race it was. James West put up an amazing defence of his title from 12 months ago, but had to give better to the fastest European in the world this year. And George Mills, well, maybe he is yet to turn into a winner on championship racing outdoors this coming summer. That's what, of course, many will expect of him with the level he's reached. Although European indoors, he's looking like a fairly strong favourite for that one, although certainly Jakob Ingebrigtsen might have something to say about it if he doubles up.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see whether Jakob doubles up. I suspect he's going to do the 1500. Will he do the 3000?
I think he'll do both. He loves to race. He
Will-
loves to dominate.
will he do
He's
the world
collecting.
indoors, though?
I understand he's papering his bathroom with gold medals.
Oh,
And he's
really?
about
Yeah, okay.
two-thirds of the way through it.
Yeah, he's getting those Guinness World Record papers as well and sticking them on there to go. So.
I mean, it's just like collecting them for fun, isn't it?
Yeah,
World
it's remarkable.
records. And,
I mean, the question is, Jakob Ingebrigtsen, he's never done a world indoors. Will he go to the world indoors this year? It's a long travel to Nanjing.
I know. I think a lot of people are considering that's a major factor. Perhaps a bit of a problem. The travel required to get to Nanjing is far from easy. All those time zones as well. You might got the hours in the air.
That's Jacob Matthews of Hales Owen. This is the lineup for the men's shot put final. Hales Owen only down the road. Home champs for him. Dylan Claydon of Blackheath and Bromley. Here's Andrew Knight, Southampton lad, 23 years of age. Strapping lad, isn't he? They all are in this shot put. Zach Davies here from Harrow, down in London. Well, Scott Lincoln, I don't think you can say enough about him. 31 years of age. Just an astonishing athlete. A great credit to the UK throws. Alistair Brown of Chelmsford, Patrick Swan, one of our power athletes here, competing amongst these shot putters in F20 athlete. His personal best over 18 metres. And Chukwuemeka Osamoah of Sheffield, 23 years of age, again an absolute giant. These guys are mammoths. And you want to see how heavy a 7.26 kilo shot put is for these senior men, because it is massive. This, though, the result of that cracking women's 3,000 metre final. Hannah Nuttall 8:49.49, Laura Muir 8:50.16, and Ines Fitzgerald, a podium for her, a bronze with the seniors, 8:52.56, and another 18-year-old Jess Bailey 8:54. Endurance events in good hands. We had two cracking races, didn't we, over those 3,000s? Unbelievable.
We were so lucky. I mean, the calibre of the racing in that men's race and the women's race, they had slightly different nature of race, but bit of a shock result too is Laura Muir getting beaten in her first race since the Olympic Games all those months ago in August.
A chance to see the medalists. That's one of the high jumps. Hallie Ferguson, bar at 173. That was a third attempt for her, and she cleared it, which was very good. Ines Fitzgerald, such a young star. Great to see her transitioning that cross-country pedigree onto the track. Laura Muir silver, hasn't seen too many of those at UK Championships. Interested to see whether she goes. She's now automatically selected for the European indoors. Will she fancy a crack at the World indoors as well? I wonder. And Hannah Nuttall, back-to-back UK titles, the 5,000 outdoors last year, 3,000 indoors this time. Trading last year's indoor silver medal for a gold this time round. Well, the men's 400, the final after 2 rounds yesterday. These are the athletes that made it. Well, some big names in this. The lane draw will be very, very important. On the outside, the England 400 metre champion, 4th here last year, F.A. Okoro from Birchfield. He's a Birmingham lad, so experienced. Alex Haydock-Wilson, 25 years of age now, feels like he's got a lot of experience as well. Loving this slick new hair. Double Olympic medalist from last year. Disqualified here, was crossing the line first in the final. Alistair Chalmers then, personal best in the semi-final. He's a 4-hurdler by trade, the Guernsey man. Olympic semi-finalist last year and a bronze at the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. Josh Folds, only 24 years of age, has ran under 47 this year. He's never won a UK medal. Fell in the final 12 months ago. Seamus Derbyshire was third in his semi-final, 47.53 to qualify for this. He was fourth here 3 years ago. And this man on the inside, two-time champion. He was a medalist 2 years ago from lane one. Can he do it again? Sam Reardon, former UK indoor champion, quickly before this one gets underway. Where do you think the gold's going to go?
If I was to put my money on someone, I'd have to say Alex Hejduk-Wilson. I think he's looked the most comfortable in the rounds, and it comes in here with the quickest time, so I'm going to have to go on him.
I'm going to go different to you this. I'm going to go with Chalmers, the 400 hurdler.
Men's 400 metre final. Well, all sorts can happen in a 400 metre final indoors. Lee Thompson has gone off very quickly, as has Alex Hejduk-Wilson in lane 5. He's a bit quicker on the flat than Efe Okoro outside of him, and Lee Thompson is having a barnstorming run from lane 1. Josh Folds is there in third at the moment. Efe Okoro slotting into second, and through the balance, Alex Hejduk-Wilson, it's quick, it's 21.8. Folds is in third. Thompson is going really well. Chalmers back in fourth. Derbyshire in sixth. Alex Hejduk-Wilson going strongly here in front. Josh Folds looking for that inside line. Efe Okoro just shuts it up, and Alex Hejduk-Wilson trying to chase down that European indoor qualifier of 46.20. He's looking so good, he's striding away. Folds closing quickly, so is Chalmers. It's Hejduk-Wilson that takes the title, 46.71. Folds gets the silver, and Hejduk-Wilson, well, finally he gets that UK indoor title.
And he won it pretty comfortably, frankly, didn't he? You were right, Sam. Of course, that's why you're sitting there as the expert on this discipline. Chalmers was coming strongly, but he just hadn't had the raw speed to go with 21.8 at 200.
Yeah, Alex did exactly what he needed to do there. He had to get out quick. Efe on the outside of him, he knew has gone through the 2 rounds leading it through 200, so he knew he had to get in front of him. He's a big guy to get around, and he did exactly what he needed to. 21.8 is absolutely rapid through 200 metres, and he held it strong, so yeah, a great win from Alex there.
Well, at this point, we were thinking Alistair Chalmers maybe with a bit too much work to do. Look where Efe Okoro is, working hard. Josh Folds, a look over his right shoulder. He knew he couldn't have the inside line and ultimately was cut off, and he always finishes very strongly. This year, though, he managed to stay on his feet and he's picked up the silver medal. But look at this for a scrappy finish. 4 athletes coming through. It was Chalmers that got the bronze, 47.14.
Yeah, I think that's massive. The hurdlers have the strength. They came through strong at the end. Yeah, like I said, Josh Folds tried to go down the inside, but Efe cut that off real quick and he had to go around the outside. That may have just cost him the win in his books, he might say, because he was closing on Alex in that last 50 metres or so. But a great run from all 3 of them.
Boy, oh boy. Halle Ferguson then in this women's high jump. The bar at 177. Yep, nice straightforward clearance there, as you would expect for the Trafford AC 20-year-old. She's a 183 jumper, 183 by the way, 1 metre 83 is exactly 6 foot if you want the conversion, so 177 she ought to be popping over, that's okay. Early stages of this women's high jump competition, by the way.
So into the opening few throws of this men's shot put competition. Scott Lincoln popped out 19 metres 24 throw. This is Osamor, his first attempt. Sheffield man. Well, that was somewhere close to 15 metres.
Next event on the track, by the way, is the women's 400, then the 200 finals, both 1500s for men and women, and the 800s to close the day on the track as these field finals unfold.
Well, the result from the men's 400 metres, Alex Hejduk-Wilson was just walking down the bottom of the screen there as well, doing a lap of honour. You don't often see that in the UK indoor champs, do you, Sam?
No, but he's soaking it up. Yeah, third time lucky, I guess. He DQ'd that first time round. injured the second time round, and here he gets his glory. So he's soaking it all up, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, Josh Foulds with a personal best, 46.85 in second. I mean, I think he can go quicker. He was not cut up, but he didn't have much room on the inside. He tried to go, and yeah, Chalmers with the bronze.
Yeah, I think all the three of those guys and a few others can make a really good relay team out in Appledorn in March. So yeah, really look forward to that.
Well, this is the men's long jump medal presentation. You'll see nobody in the middle because Jacob Fincham-Dukes actually got the gold with his first round attempt, but as he was taking off for his second attempt, got an injury. Sam Danson with the bronze with 7.60. Alessandro Scianini with 7.65 to take the silver, the Scottish athlete. Good performance for him. And Jacob Fincham-Dukes, unfortunately not there to take his medal. I'm sure he'll get it under the concourse later on, but yeah, well, we hope he's okay, and that's a real big blow because Jacob's been jumping so well this indoor campaign. Won the Keighley Classic last week, won here with one jump, which is unusual, but yeah, more action to come.
Plenty more action to come. The women's 400 final next. That's a packed field as well. 6 athletes are out on the track now, waiting patiently to port to starters' orders. But yeah, that is one of the strangest results cards I've seen, where the first jump of the competition by Jacob Fincham-Dukes, by the eventual gold medalist, is the winning jump. We go to this women's high jump now, and the bar still at 181. Morgan Lake about to go. The bar has moved up from 177 just now, and Morgan Lake, of course, who is one of the greats in British high jumping, former world junior champion. She holds the national record at 1.99 m. There's the lineup for that women's 400 metres though. Amber Anning, who is the second fastest in the world this year, goes on the outside, best of 50.57 of this season. Not quite as good as her personal best, but it's still pretty quick. And let's have a look at those athletes. Amber Anning, well, she's 24 years old now, at university in the USA. The Brighton and Hove AC athletes sporting their best proudly. 50.57 she ran in Fayetteville a month ago, actually, sorry, 10 days or so ago, on the 14th of February. And she is a super racer now. She's got a very deceptive style, looks so relaxed, Anning, but she just keeps running. Lena Nielsen, well, she will be a tough competitor. 51.86 this year is her lifetime best, Nielsen. She is the second fastest Brit this season with that time. Amma Pippi, great relay runner as well, great runner in her own right, the 29-year-old athlete for Enfield and the Haringey AC. She has lane 4, not a bad lane draw, that 52.44 this year. She'll need to go quite a lot quicker here if she's to catch the 2 outsider. Emily Newnham, the 20-year-old in lane 3 for Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers, was on 53.06 as a lifetime best, 52.32. She's improved that to this season. Hannah Kelly, 52.70 this season, close to her lifetime best of 52.61, goes in 2. And Poppy Malik for Harrow AC goes on the inside, 52.66. Very much up against it, Malik here, but what can she do from lane 1? Sam, you got it right last time. Who's your money on for this race?
I think it's going to be hard to look past Amber Anning on the outside there. British record holder over 400 outdoors and second in the world this year, so yeah, my money's on Amber.
Amber Anning it is then, her outdoor best 49.29, that UK record, and we think that's quicker than the likes of Christina Huragu and so many other greats. Nicholas Sanders, the British record holder indoors. Away they go then, Anning on the outside. Will have to make her own tempo here. She will not see anybody until they break from lanes after about 180, 170 metres. Anning down the back straight, really aggressive running from the inside, as you'd expect from those athletes who have got to get up to terms with the athletes outside them. Anning looking nice and relaxed, sweeps down off the second bend in the lead by about a metre and a half from Lena Nielsen. They go through below us now, 24.25. Nice steady first 200, that quite quick, but not suicidally quick. Anning Branning leading from Nielsen. Pippi in third place. These three stretched out now with 100 metres to run. Amber Branning holding that form, 1.5 metres ahead of Lena Nielsen. She's got so much strength. She's dominating this one. She's not letting Nielsen get any hint that she might be caught, and she stays well clear. Nielsen fighting all the way. Pippi in third place, just hangs on to third place there. Amber Branning 51.41. Well, that is solid enough on tired legs. Third race in 24 hours or so, Sam. Very, very good running for Amber Branning. But she never gave the others any chance or any suggestion or hint that they might get close to her. And Lena Nielsen battled on gamely and kept that gap at about 1.5 metres, but just couldn't close on her in the second lap.
No, that was a great run from Amber Branning right there. It's exactly what she needs to do. Got out hard, got to the front, controlled the race. Lena the same. It was a bit scrappy for the others behind in the minor positions coming through the bell. I think Poppy Malik ran hard on that lane one. She needed to, and had a bit of a tussle with Amma Pippi going around the bend there. But Amma Pippi ran super well. She got out strong and held on for that bronze medal. Emily Noonan was coming down fast down at her that home straight. So really good run for the three.
I mean, we mentioned Poppy Malik earlier on saying she was going to have lane one, and she had a free hit, really. She could go out as hard as she wanted, and she almost caused a bit of trouble. Amma Pippi, though, showing all that experience over the third bend to just try and muscle her out, and it's really... That's so important why you need to come at the break and use that momentum as you're coming down on somebody to try and get your elbows in.
Yeah, definitely. I think Poppy Malik did exactly what she needs to do. She got out super hard and she tried to hold that inside line is what she wanted to do. I think these 400 metre runners aren't probably used to that bit of needle, that bit of tussle, staying in their own lanes, but yeah, it was amazing.
Great PB from Emily Noonan, too, in fourth place. That's a big improvement. 52.16, personal best for Lena Nielsen, chasing all the way. We talk about pacemakers. She almost had a pacemaker there in the figure of Amber Branning because she worked so hard to keep Branning about 1.5 metres ahead of her the whole race. But yeah, that says some relay team for Apeldoorn if they choose to go.
Yeah, most definitely. I know Amber's going to focus on the individual out there against two great other athletes in Lika Klaver and Henriette Jaeger, but I know Lena's putting her focus on that relay, so with the others combined together it can make a really, really good relay team, so really excited for that.
Yeah, we may see all 6 of them in Apeldoorn in a couple of weeks' time. Even scrappier in that 4x4 and maybe the mixed 4x4 as well. So this the medal presentation. Alistair Chalmers getting that bronze. Super performance from him. 47.14. If you can run 47.1-ish at a UK indoor final, you're going to be there or thereabouts with a medal. He's got his today. Josh Fold, another 4 hurdler. 46.85, ran out of his skin, a personal best to get that silver. A first UK medal for him. And Alex Haydock Wilson, love the way this guy runs from the very first race of the season. He goes full send and just holds on for dear life. He did that yesterday in the heat semi-finals and it played off today in the final, Sam.
Yeah, I think he had the pressure on him. I know on social media the 4 hurdlers were gunning for him, but he held him off, and yeah, you'd be super happy with that. So very happy for all 3 of them to get on that podium.
Well, he has just missed out on the European indoor standard of 46.20. We'll have to see what the road to Apeldoorn rankings say, but he may have been in a selection spot. We'll have to wait and see. So good jump there from Lucy Wallaker in the high jump. 181. Well, we're going to take a look at Morgan Lake. This was her clearance at 181. Well, rather than Morgan Lake, Hannah Lake. That's the confusing thing when you've got 2 lakes in your high jump lineup out of the 6. So good clearance for her at 181. Honey Ferguson, well, that's unfortunate for her. She's out of the competition, Honey Ferguson. Just getting the rattle in that high jump.
Boy, it's all happening. So much to come. The 200 finals are next. Those 1500s for men and women as well. And then the men's 800 and women's 800 to close the session will be done about 4 o'clock here in Birmingham. It's 5 to 3 now. And here the presentation ceremony for the women's 400 metres. And it went very much to form, this one. 1, 2, 3 was as was expected. I think many people would have predicted this outcome. Some superb running behind the medalists too, though. Emily Noonan with that personal best in 4th place, 52.16. Poppy Malik, 53.10. That only good enough for 5th place. And Hannah Kelly, 53.14, closing on her at the finish for 6th place. But the bronze medal, well, it went to the Enfield and Haringey athlete, Amma Pippi. She's a real force, is Amma Pippi. Power pack. She's not got the long legs of Amber Anning or Lena Nielsen, but she's a great athlete. The season best for her, 52.10 for that bronze. Lena Nielsen battled all the way, 51.77. Went into the last lap about 1.5 meters down, finished at the end about 1.5 meters down. A new personal best for Lena Nielsen. Brilliant result for that silver medal, 51.77. And Amber Anning, a very worthy winner indeed, 51.40. Her winning time. She has run considerably quicker than that this year, but it matters not. It's about medals. That's what defines your career. The Brighton Hove AC athlete is indeed British champion indoors this year.
Well, a high jump is heating up. Bar now to 184. Emily Borthwick over 184. First time of asking, here she is. She's got a clear scorecard so far and is looking really good. I think she was pleased with how it went at the Keighley Classic last week. Olympic Games competitor in 2021. Look at that for a reaction. Her family will be in the crowd, teammates as well, looking on, and for her that's a great jump and her highest since 2022. So she's building nicely. Well, we've got a whole range of finals coming up over the next hour of competition, our final hour of the UK Indoor Championships.
We have indeed. There's the lineup for this women's 200-metre final. Unforgiving discipline, just one lap of the track. And lane 1 is empty, thankfully. It's too big a disadvantage for anybody drawn in that lane over just one lap. There is Alison Bell, won a semi-final in 23.49, the fastest semi-final in terms of the 3 athletes to cross the line in that one, because 3 of them made it through to this final from that one. To Siwa Mensah, a winner of her semi-final in 23.68, marginally slower than Bell. She goes in lane 5, the Chelmsford AC athlete, just 19 years old. What experience this is for the massive teenagers we've seen racing this weekend. Jasmine Moss, second in her semi-final in 23.54, the Gateshead Harrier. That was a 1/100th outside her lifetime best in her semi. Brooke Ironside goes in 3 for Bournemouth AC, winner of her semi-final in 23.84. A semi-final winner, and yet she's in lane 3. She might feel a little aggrieved with that. And third in the semi-final 3 in 23.95 is the Sale Harrier, Rachel Bennett. She goes in lane 2.
On your mark.
Championship record held by Merle Notty. That was back in 1990 in Cosford, when non-Brits were allowed to race in the 3A's championships, both indoors and out. I remember getting out sprinted by Wilson Wager, a Kenyan, in the 3A's 5,000 a few years back. Now it's changed. The British Championships is for Brits, and quite rightly so. So, Bell, the athlete to beat on the outside. Away they go. Mensah, second from left in lane 5, going really strongly down the back straight. Jasmine Moss is giving everything there in the colours of Gateshead Harriers into this second bend, and Moss looking very strong indeed. Still perhaps a slight advantage to Bell now, who sweeps down off that top bend from the outside and goes through very comfortably there, very comfortably winning that one. Goodness me, 23.12 for Alison Moss. No wonder she won comfortably. It's the time that explains it. 23.48 for Moss, from 23.48 in her semi to 23, and it's confirmed 23.12 in that final. Boy, oh boy, she won that going away by 3 or 4 metres, Ali.
What an impressive run from the Giffnock North athlete. She looked every round, she's just got stronger and stronger. And to be able to put 3 races of that calibre back to back today, really impressive stuff from Alison Bell of Giffnock North, the 21-year-old. Just ran away with it. She didn't have anyone close to her out there in lane 6. She didn't see anyone. She wouldn't have heard anyone. Jasmine Moss, who's already ran 2 personal bests from Gateshead, was having her own battle with Mensa for those minor medals of silver and bronze. But the gap between Alison Bell from Giffnock North, cheering herself, clapping as she crossed the line. Great running.
Yeah, she wins it by 3 metres, frankly. I mean, Kisiwa Mensa, great run for the silver, 23.50. That was a lot quicker than she ran in her semi-final, but Bell was uncatchable.
Yeah, outstanding. I don't think anybody else could quite believe how far ahead she was, and she was shocked afterwards as well, and that's the official result.
Yeah, personal best for a Bell. The Giffnock North athlete, Sally said, absolutely on fire this weekend. Moss the bronze medal there, just behind Mensa's 23.50. Personal best that was for Mensa as well, I think. If not a personal best, sorry, but just quicker than she ran in her semi-final. Very close to her PB.
In this shot for then, Scott Lincoln leading with a third round throw of 20 metres and 40. Davies has done 15.29 so far. This was in the third round, currently in the fourth round.
Back to this high jump. The bar at 187 now. And Hannah Lake popped over 184 at the second time of asking. But 187 beyond her on that.
Local lad in the shot put then, Jacob Matthews from Hales Owen. 15 metres 35, his best so far. Can he go any further here? I mean, he'd only need another 64 centimetres to get in line with the bronze medal. I don't think that's going to be any improvement. That line is the 15-metre line. Well, Matthews with a few other athletes, 5 of them in total, having all thrown around 15 metres something so far in this competition.
Morgan Lake in this high jump, first attempt at 187 here. Lake, who's had 2 jumps so far, 181 and 184. Both of those she's popped over first time. She's a super jumper, is Morgan Lake, and if she can ease over this one, she will go quite comfortably into the lead by a clear height here. Lake then World Junior Champion a few years back. In fact, she was double World Junior Champion. That was unique. She won the World Junior high jump and pentathlon. Heptathlon, I should say. Yeah, beautiful. Makes it look so easy, doesn't she? Well, you've got to remember she's the British record holder. She has cleared 1 metre 99. And Lake there, 3 jumps and very comfortably in the lead. The only athlete clear. And the other 2 in the competition, Borthwick and Lake, Hannah Lake, have both failed their first attempts. They've got to clear the next height now, 190.
Hannah Lake looking for 187. Oh. Well, it was pretty close. She will have one more attempt. She has got a guaranteed bronze medal. Nobody else is in the competition. It's only herself, Emily Borthwick and Morgan Lake left. We'll have one more attempt. Morgan Lake is clear. Emily Borthwick about to go.
That was really close. That she just skimmed that with her backside. So one of those jumps that you could call 9 out of 10, but of course in the verticals it's 10 out of 10 or nothing. Very black and white. Emily Borthwick, second attempt at 187 for her. Borthwick, the Wigan and District Harriers athlete who was perfect up to this height over the 4 previous heights first time. Nope. Not to be again. Close from Borthwick. She's enjoying herself out there though. She's had a lot of problems in with injuries and personal life in the last couple of years. Great to see her back jumping well. But 2 failures for her too at 187. Popped over 184 just fine, as with the previous heights.
Well, time for another medal ceremony.
It is indeed, yes. That 200 was pretty special just now. The champion, well, she's only 21 years old for the Scot, Alison Bell. And she was out in lane 6 and it went pretty much to form, has to be said. And the bronze medal. Well, Ross from lane 4 was second in the semi, third in the final. You can't complain about that. Her time 23.61. Kisiwa Mensah 23.50. He's a clear second, but I'll tell you what, talk about clarity. There was no doubting the winner. A new personal best for Alison Bell, 23.12. Ali, can you remember the last time a championship 200 metres indoors was won by such a big margin? I mean, that was about 3 metres and more.
You're testing me now. I mean,
gap.
I'm good at my stats, but
well, you go
give me
back a long way.
Give me a bit of news.
Surely you're out there with your tape measure every
Have
time.
you seen how many papers I've got?
Don't look it up.
Do you know what? What I like about it is she's 21. She's 21, and I mean, all of them. Jasmine Moss is, I think, the oldest there, 24. Mensah's only 19. These girls are, the future of sprinting is in good hands if we can. If we can see them continue on.
Well, that was Emily Borthwick with her final attempt at 187. That was her best attempt. She'll be delighted with 184, but this was so close.
Oh, she was over it.
Oh,
she
my
had the
goodness.
height there. Just her hips. Even
no.
she knew. It is so good to see her back, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, she's such a character, and we need that. You know, Prue Morgan Lake hasn't had the battles that we thought Emily Borthwick would bring. And
Borthwick would be jumping higher if she'd had an uninterrupted last 3 or 4 years.
100%. And but I think you made the point, Scott, she's so happy out there. She's loving her athletics. The high jumpers always bring they bring the buzz. They bring the, I love watching high jump and the characters within high jump.
Well, this is the men's 200-metre final. We've seen the fast girls. Now it's time for the fast guys. 5 athletes going toe-to-toe around this short indoor 200-metre track. Jo Ferguson, a semi-finalist outdoors a couple of years ago over the 200. Where's that red bib? He's the fastest in the field at these championships. He's ranked 20.99 this year. Harry Taylor, well, he won the bronze medal last year. He was quick with 21.2 in the heats and ran 21.1 in the semi-finals. Can he challenge for the gold? Kishorn Aiken, wearing the vest of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers, Scottish athlete, 29 years of age, lots of experience across all the sprints. Luke Durrell, the Southern Indoor champion for 2025, the England Outdoor champion last year. What can he do from lane 3 and on the inside? It's going to be tight for him. The England Under-20 indoor bronze medalist might get a UK indoor medal this time. Ethan Franklin, 18 years of age, youngest in the field. Well, you've got to be fast, but you've got to be loose and run smooth. Starting on the banks in the blocks is not easy. Jo Ferguson will fancy his chances. Harry Taylor, the Duracell bunny, going in lane 5. What can he do to challenge? It's Franklin on the inside, then Durrell, Aiken, Taylor and Ferguson, the men's 200-metre final. Clean start, Taylor gets away well. Ferguson's flying in lane 6 and Kishorn Aiken with a bit of work to do. Durrell's gone out hard as well. And now Taylor starting to fly down the back straight. This is where Ferguson starts to thrive though, and Aiken is going really well from 4. Ferguson off the bank in the lead, and he's got a 2 metre gap on the rest of the field, and he's pulling away. He's going to be the champion. 20.93 for Joe Ferguson. My goodness, that is quick. He's bowing to the crowd because that was a superb run. He ran blind, he ran on the outside. It's the quickest lane, the best lane. He would have been happy with that, and he never looked back. Joe Ferguson, the UK indoor champion.
Well, he's looked the champion all the way through the rounds for me. First time in lane 6 here. He's had 5 in both heats and semi-final, and coming away as the champion. And just on the runway now we have Morgan Lake in the high jump.
Well, 190, she's already got the gold.
Yeah, we were talking about how we were hoping to have more competition as these heights go up. Morgan, of course, well capable of this. Gives that a little clatter, but the title is won, competition is won, and somehow that just takes a little bit of the sting out of you. You only have to have a special mindset to keep jumping on your own when you've already won.
I mean, it went pretty much as expected, right? Joe Ferguson smashing out of the blocks. Harry Taylor trying to chase him down in the end. Couldn't do much, could he?
No, not at all. I mean, he will have felt and heard Harry Taylor there, that high arm carriage, that high drive that he has. But that gap just didn't change, did it? The stagger just did not change. Joe Ferguson then powering his way. First time that we've seen him run through the line, and he had time to throw the right hand in the air. He knew he'd won. Really good stuff from Joe Ferguson there. Just outside of Jaden Smith, British ranking #1 this year. And Jaden Smith, the young junior athlete, who's the son of Natasha Danvers, of course, our Olympic medalist in the 400 hurdles back in Beijing, and I was part of her relay team because she led us off in Sydney, and it's great to see Jaden running so well, but obviously based in the US, where she was based most of her latter part of her career, and Jaden's doing some really special stuff over 200 and 400, but he's not here, and Joe Ferguson made the most of that, and he's now the British champion.
Dylan Clayton then in this men's shot put. Well built young fella, isn't he? It's Clayton. Yeah. So, Dylan Clayton in 4th place in round 5. He produced 15.96 in round 3. Morgan Lake, that was a no throw by Dylan Clayton. He stays in 5th.
Morgan Lake for 190 at the second time. Gives it a little tickle, but no problems this time. She was close on the first attempt, wasn't she? She's looking really good. She's looking confident, which is always nice to see for Morgan Lake. And she will progress to the next height of 1.93 meters.
So Scott Lincoln leads the shot put with 20 meters 86. The championship record has been broken, and it goes back to 2008. There is Scott Lincoln into the circle. He's Britain's only world-class shot putter on the men's side, 21 metres regularly last summer. 20.86 in round 4 for Scott Lincoln was a championship record by 20 centimetres, and it was previously held by Johnson Garrett of the USA, so it's nice that it's back in British hands. That's another massive throw from Scott Lincoln. Opened with a 19.24, then a no throw, 20.40 in round 3, 20.86 that championship record in round 4. He's warming to the task. Pat Swan goes back in, is in second place in round 4. He produced 16.97. That's the final throw of round 5 then, 19.97 for Scott Lincoln. It's still 3 metres better than anybody else in the competition, but it's nowhere near his 4th round, 20.86. So the job going well for Lincoln. He's got 1 throw left along with the rest of them. There's the card for the British #1, City of York athlete. And Scott Lincoln, well, he's become a bit of a legend, I suppose, in British shot putting terms when you look at what he's achieved.
Well, medals being presented by Linford Christie for this men's 200. He opened this arena back in 1991. He's athletes had a good day yesterday. Bianca Williams getting the gold in the women's 60 metres. But Sean Aiken, our bronze medalist this time, on the left-hand side. Harry Taylor, always smiling, always energetic, great to see. Laughing as well. And this man in the middle, Joe Ferguson, wants to run sub-20 for the 200 metres. Running sub-21 indoors goes some way to achieving that. Another personal best this indoor campaign. He's enjoyed that one. His new coach, Richard Kilty, putting him in good form.
Well, you can always rely on Mark Butler, Tim Hutchins, when you ask a question about what was the biggest margin. Merlin Ottey won by 1.39 seconds in 1990.
1.39 seconds,
Yes,
so
she
about
ran
10 metres or more then.
She ran 23.07 in the great Clover Court.
Well, Mark Butler's obviously listening. I should have said I was really only talking about Brits. There you
Well,
are, Mark.
she beat
Back
Clover
to your
Court. It was
rankings.
the British Championships.
Oh, well, thank you. Mark Butler has been one of the great stalwarts of statistics in the UK for this last 25 years and longer. The statistician for the BBC for the main part.
Well, that was Zach Davies in the cap and the black vest of Harrow. But Morgan Lake at 1 metres 94 in this high jump. She's going well this season. This is the second attempt at 194. She's already got the gold. No, she'll have one more attempt. Well, she has done this height so many times. Just a bit of a timing issue, I think, there. She's more than capable of getting 194, of course. She has a smile on her face, though. She looks very calm, very comfortable. Which bodes well for this final attempt at 1 metre 94.
They are getting into world-class territory. That 194 will come back with that third attempt, of course. Plenty of track action to come.
And up next is the men's 1500 metres. Well, it's a straight final. We were scheduled originally to have heats yesterday evening, but they were not required. We have 14 entered and accepted, and on the start list today, 14. Well, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. 4 athletes have the standard from indoors this year. 4 have it from outdoors last year, that European indoor standard of 3:37. Tom Keane, Neil Gawley, Elliot Giles. Here's Copeland, Tyler Billiard. All names you'll recognise. And this is lining up to be a bit of a scrap between Neil Gawley and Elliot Giles. Both quick, both experienced, and it's all a bit of a tussle. That's what happens when you have 14 on the start list for a 1500, and yeah, chaos in potential.
Well, yeah, and do you know what? It's unusual because normally there's so much caution taken with racing at these UK Indoor Championships, and I'd have said 14 is a couple too many for an indoor 1500. These tight indoor bends, that's a big field. That's a big field.
It is. I mean, perhaps we could have had 2 heats last night and gone down to 10. Already we're seeing a bit of a breakaway at the front here because we're just seeing one athlete try and stretch this one out, and then thought it was too slow. They started to stretch it out, and Neil Gawley just on the outside of these chasers as Billiard leads us round at the moment. And Tyler Billiard now being caught ever so slightly as Neil Gawley with Archie Davis and Elliot Giles just leading the chase.
This is a strong field as well. British Middle Distance running in a fantastic state at the moment. I don't know if he's been caught, but certainly Neil Gawley, recognising the conditions there, the situation where you've got a leader beginning to ease away by a big margin. Gawley is a fabulous racer, a smart racer as well, and he's just realised that you cannot let that gap grow to more than 10 metres, 15 metres, and as I say that, so it's gradually being whittled down, Scott, to about 7 metres.
Yeah, and I think Tyler Billiard is an athlete here that thinks if he can get amongst the top 3 and get the standard, he's only half a second off that 3:37 this year. He noticed it was slow early on. With 4 laps to go, he's still got a good lead of at least 5 metres, and now, as expected, the main protagonist lining up in behind. Neil Gawley there in second, Elliot Giles in third, Archie Davis in fourth, and I'm just looking to where Piers Copeland is. He won this last year. We were all looking at Callum Elston and Adam Fogg, and Piers Copeland snuck through on the inside with an absolute bullet in the final straight. So we're starting to get a breakaway with some of the others here.
Well, there's no doubt that Elliot Giles fancies his chances here. He's moving up round the outside to get into a more attacking position. There's still plenty of time in which to jostle. Oh, and I'll tell you what, he's just stepped off the track. Goodness me, Elliot Giles, I don't know what happened, whether it was clipped from behind or what.
Well, he's just sort of walked off, hasn't he? I think he took a bit of a cluck, and it was just bunching up with Archie Davis. And now Archie Davis takes from the front. Billiard slipping back into second. I think that's Malloy as well. Or Tom Keane just moving up into second there. Gawley's still in. Giles is out. This opens things up. Davis striding at the front with 300 to go here. Well, where is this going? Billiard is heading backwards. Gawley is there looking to strike. Keane is in a good place at the moment. Archie Davis more than happy to take this one out. It's starting to build, and on the inside Tom Keane goes. He has the standard. Can he get amongst the top two here? Gawley on the outside, running in lane two now, up into second. It's Keane who leads. What has Gawley got in response? They're lining up behind. Billiard resurgent here, moving back into third, and Gawley now hits the front with 100 to go. Here comes Neil Gawley, all that speed stretching away. The Scottish athlete with a red bib striding for home here. Keane is trying to hold on to second. Here comes Tyler Billiard. Is he going to get there? It's Gawley for the win. Keane falling at the line. 3:38.86 on the clock. Well, Gawley takes the win. It was tight for second.
I think Billiard might have got there. I do. I think it was a dive. It's going to come down to thousandths of a second, Scott. It's going to be very tight indeed. Gurley, of course, showing his class there, the 30-year-old, with a comfortable win. That surge over the last 150. Irresistible. And Morgan Lake pops over. 194 at the third time of asking. That is special from Lake. Absolutely brilliant. She waited until that 1500 was over. The crowd focused upon her, though, as soon as the race had finished. And she has delivered in spectacular fashion, Morgan Lake. Absolutely brilliant. She's back. She's an athlete who has promised so much over the years, and for various reasons, coaching changes, she has not delivered on every occasion since that marvellous brace of World Junior titles back in 2016, was it? I think a long time ago now. But that is Morgan Lake looking something like back to her best. 194.
Well, Neil Gawley, 3:38. It wasn't slow, was it? It was 2 seconds inside Edward King's former championship record set on this track back in 1999. We're going to have a look at the trip here. Elliot Giles just being clipped on his heel and brushing past Giles. I wonder whether he just felt something. Maybe he got spiked on his heel and decided to stop.
But his shoe, it didn't look like his shoe had come off. I was looking very carefully to see whether or not there was a shoe issue. I don't think there was. Whether or not he was clipped from behind and just felt something go, I do not know. It didn't look like he was limping either. Very, very sad for Elliot Giles.
Yeah, you never know. He walked off afterwards as well and he looked okay. Tom Keane, though, has been given second place, 1/100 ahead of Tyler Billiard. Tom Keane has the European indoor standard. That means he's booked his spot on the plane or train maybe to Appledorn in a couple of weeks' time to that third spot. Well, it's going to be between Elliot Giles and Adam Fogg. Giles obviously not finishing the race. Tyler Billiard, who finished in third, doesn't have the standard, but I think Neil Gawley has to give some thanks to Tyler Billiard for that championship record because he took it out early on.
Well, I tell you what, Tom Keane has to give thanks to his presence of mind for diving for that finish. He dived at the line. They got it by the thickness of his vest, almost literally 1/100th of a second for the silver medal of Tyler Billiard. Tom Dodd in fourth place, 3:40.7. That was high caliber racing, and that is the high caliber high jumping we're enjoying here this afternoon. Scott, 197 for Morgan Lake. That would be special.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting finish to our weekend of action.
It would equal the championship record, that 197, owned by Isabel Pooley back in 2015. Pooley producing that brilliant jump. The stadium record, by the way, it's a mighty impressive 2:05 by Tia Hellebaut in the World Championships were here in 2007.
Well, What's to come, Tim? We've had the men's 1500. We've got 3 track races left. It's the women's 1500 up next. A showdown between Georgia Hunter-Bell and Reve Walcott-Nolan. This is Scott Lincoln, though.
Yeah, Lincoln has delivered, hasn't he? Scott Series, his best remained that 4th round, 20 metres 86. He also broached 20 metres in the previous round, around 3:20.40. So a solid series from the British number 1. Second place, Pat Swan with 16.97.
Morgan Lake going for 1m97 in this high jump. That would get the European indoor standard and the world indoor standard. Can she do it? Not the first time of asking. She got to choose the height she went up to. He asked for 197. Well, I don't think she's going to make too much more of an adjustment to get that. She's stepping up with each height increment, and Morgan Lake is looking good. I think she looked confident, she looked calm, which for Morgan is always great to see. Neil Gawley then, winner of the men's 1500. We'll see him at the European indoors. Another dust-up potentially against Jakob Ingebrigtsen. Gawley just lost out to him a couple of years ago. It's a championship record in 3:38.84. Tom Keane books his spot on the plane as well.
Yeah, Neil Gurley, I think he's a confident fellow and he's a great racer, but if Ingebrigtsen employs his usual tactics, he'll just run away from the field. It's so hard to get past somebody who's running fast and accelerating each of the laps over the last 3 or 4 laps indoors, with those bends making it more tactically necessary to be astute than outdoors. Now, the women's 1500 coming up. There are 10 starters, and 2 athletes stand out amongst the pack by a big margin. Funny enough, they're not on that page. They are 9th and 10th in the starting order. Leather, Dixon, Parker, Finch, Lloyd, Strevens, Church, Lark, and then Georgia Hunter-Bell, the Olympic bronze medalist, and of course Reve Walcott-Nolan from Luton AC, who is a 4:03 performer indoors at her best. Georgia Hunter-Bell looked very impressive in qualifying. Looked impressive winning here last week at the Keeley Classic, just outside 4 minutes. So she does start here with that outstanding favourite. The challenge, the only challenge surely, can come from Georgia, from Reve Walcott-Nolan. Looking for somebody to take this out, otherwise it could be slow in the early stages. Only 10 athletes as opposed to, what was it, 14 in that men's race? And 17 in the 3000s.
Yeah.
And they did have heats in the women's 1500. That's the irony, is that we've got a smaller field here, and yet there was a bigger initial entry on the women's side. They had heats yesterday. But this is not expected to be quick. Ava Lloyd leading in the early stages. And just looking for Georgia Belch moving around the outside. Hunter-Bell. Yeah, there she is in the dark strip of Belgrave Harriers, the Southwest London club. 31 years old now. Hunter-Bell, right onto the shoulder of the leader, Ava Lloyd, the Wigan and District athlete. Only 19, some responsibility to be leading with an Olympic bronze medalist on his shoulder.
Well, she'll certainly be used to it. Her training partner in Wigan, Georgia's obviously moved back to Trevor Painter after her I guess, I don't know what you'd call her little gap, a little holiday away from athletics where she fell out of love with it, but she's come back with a bang.
It's a long holiday.
It was a long holiday. This was the title that really kind of exploded her back into the scene last year. She had a phenomenal indoor season, went on to finish 4th at the World Indoors, and then we know what happened outdoors with that amazing Olympic medal and British record. But yeah, she really doesn't need to do too much here, does she, Tim? She knows that the title, I think she could run it whether it was quick, slow, tactical, but she's enjoying sitting on the shoulder of her training partner Ava Lloyd, with Reve Walcott-Nolan not far behind her, tracking her every move.
It's easy to forget how special her year was last year. She not only won the UK title, she was second in the European Championships in Rome. She set that UK record when she took the Olympic bronze medal. She was 4th at the World Indoors in Glasgow in March last year. It was an astonishing 12-month period, and if she can pick it up and keep it going through 2025, that would be amazing as well.
Well, Reve's decided with 4 laps to go, she's had enough of this slow pace. She's really going to start dragging this out, and you can see already that injection of pace has made a difference. the only woman going with her right now is Georgia Bell.
Morgan Lake, that was her second attempt at 197. She's got one more to go.
She has got one attempt left at 197, Morgan Lake. It's a shame she's having to take those attempts, which are at such a special height during this 1500 metre final, as they come down now this time with Woolcott Nolan leading, 3 laps to go. Hunter Bell right on her shoulder, looking very comfortable indeed. 600 metres to run, and Woolcott Nolan, well, the only tactic surely she can employ here is to start winding it up, making a long run for home. I don't know if she believes she can sprint away from the front over the final 200 metres.
No, I think when you've got the calibre of Georgia Hunter Bell behind her now, she's a perfect lead-out woman. But she obviously decided she didn't want to stick around and have that slow pace with some, I guess, problems that could unfold, tripping, barging, whatever it is. So she's decided the long run for home's for her. 400 metres to go now.
It hasn't been particularly quick. They went through there with 2 laps to run in 3:12. So it's going to be something around the order of a minute slower than that. The finishing time, typical championship racing as you'd expect. And there's a big pack still there. There's still about 8 athletes up there. As now Georgia Hunter Bell moves onto the shoulder of Woolcott Nolan with 200 metres to run. Woolcott Nolan allows her past. She hasn't really battled to hold on to the lead there as they go through the bell in 3:44.
Yeah, and the 19-year-old Ava Lloyd, who led this race from the start, is still there. She's battling for that bronze medal, but it looks like that might be not hers as she falls down the field. This is now Georgia Hunter Bell's race.
100 metres to run then. Hunter Bell, the Olympic bronze medalist, easing away now with every stride. The gap is growing. Very impressive. Winding up of tempo here over the last 150. And Woolcott Nolan, second place. 12 metres back as Hunter Bell crosses the line there. And that's a final 400 metres. I got it just a click inside 61 seconds. A fabulous closing pace from Hunter Bell when most of the tempo was in the last 200 metres. But Woolcott Nolan gave it a go, but it was always one of those ones you thought, she's giving it a really brave go here, but it's not likely.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I was wondering whether Trevor Painter and Jenny Meadows, the coaching team of Georgia Hunter Bell, would have kind of tasked her with something, whether it be a tough last 500 metres. But I think once Revé Woolcott Nolan made the move 600 metres from home, I think Georgia Hunter Bell just thought, I'll take this, I'll sit on her shoulder. Morgan Lake now in her final attempt.
Yeah, bars at 197. She cleared 194. She's in good form. Everyone here, all eyes on Morgan Lake. 197 would be the World and European Indoor qualifying marks. Here she goes, skipping towards the bar. Not to be today for Morgan Lake. Well, I think she'll be happy with 194. She got it at the third attempt. 190 looked pretty comfortable as well. But she will keep building. And hopefully we'll see her at the European Indoors.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate she hasn't got the 196, but I'm pretty certain she'll be on the road to Apeldoorn. She'll be in the rankings. I mean, that's got her 5th ranked in Europe this year alone, so I'd be very surprised if she's not on the team list, which will be announced on Tuesday.
Well, Hunter Bell here pouring it on down the back straight. The gap's only 5 metres there, but such was her acceleration through the last 100. She doubled that lead and more from Woolcott Nolan, who is a world-class racer. Let's not forget that. She's broken 4 minutes outdoors, but she does look wonderfully relaxed too. She has this deceptive style, does Hunter Bell. And that gap now, as she crosses the line, well, it's 10 metres and more.
Medal ceremony from the men's 1500. Tyler Billiard doing really well after that brave start where he opened up a gap of 10 metres to stretch out the rest of the field. He was trying to get that indoor qualifying mark for the European Indoors in a couple of weeks. He hasn't got it. We'll have to wait and see what happens with the ranking. Tom Keane, though, does have the standard and finishing in the top 2. He's guaranteed his spot in the Great Britain team, and Neil Gawley, the champion in a championship record. A superb time for him. 3:38.84. And Neil Gawley will be looking for another medal at the European Indoors in a couple of weeks' time. We'll have to wait and see who takes that third spot. Elliot Giles, obviously halfway round, steps off the track. Almost walked off the track, didn't he, really? It looked to me maybe he just got spiked. That's what I thought, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely, you could see he sort of jolted backwards as if somebody had just caught the back of his spike.
Sorry, speaking of injuries, I understand Fincham Dukes has a possible adductor tear and he's heading off to Manchester for a scan. That's very, very tough. Confirmation of that win for Hunter Bell, 4:13.23, winning by almost a second and a half from Reverie Walcott Nolan. Ellie Leather, a good bronze medal, 4:15.82, and Gemma Finch, 4:17.16 for fourth there, and Ava Lloyd just behind her in fifth. It went pretty much to form, that women's 1500 metres. Couple of 800 metre finals to come, men first and then women to close this second day.
Yeah, great result for Ellie Leather in that 1500 as well. She was fourth here last year. It's a result though from the women's high jump. Morgan Lake with the gold, Emily Borthwick 184, her best for 3 years to take the silver, and Hannah Lake the bronze, her personal best of 184.
Well, the medal ceremony for the men's shot put final. With no surprise, probably one of the most predictable gold medals of the weekend. A bronze medal going though to Chukwuemeka Osamoah, 16.73 in the sixth and final round from him. He built nicely, good series too, a couple of 50-metre throws, and then it's over 16 metres in rounds 4, 5 and 6, and his best in the sixth round. Pat Swan from Cornwall Osei taking the silver medal in round 4, throwing 16.97 and closing well with a 16.86 throw in round 6. But undisputed UK number 1 Scott Lincoln from the City of York, 20 metres 86 in round 4. He had a couple of 20-metre efforts. The other two valid efforts were both well beyond 19 metres. So a solid day's work for Scott Lincoln to take yet another British title, and I'm sure we'll see him at those European indoors in Apeldoorn as well, and battling for a medal too.
Yeah, for sure. He's such an important figure in the UK throws community, always challenging. Scott Lincoln, Olympian. But our final 2 track races of the day, our final 2 events.
Yeah, it is the 2 800s. Talked yesterday about how, in my view, this is just about the perfect distance, outdoors and indoors. It's a nice span of attention required, and indoors with 8 bends to be negotiated, it does make it doubly tough to get the strategy right. There's Tom Randolph, goes on the outside. The Tamworth AC athlete run 1:46.5. That's his lifetime best. Looked very impressive in qualifying yesterday. He's in 6th. Team Bath AC athletes, Justin Davies goes inside him. Justin Davies, who looked superb last week at the Keighley Classic, looked good yesterday too in qualifying. He's only 22 years old, 1:45 his best indoors. Henry Fisher goes in lane 4, the Blackheath and Bromley man, the man from London, just 22, 1:46.9 this winter is his lifetime best. Jack Higgins from Tunbridge AC, what a great middle distance squad they've got down there in Kent. He's in lane 3. Joe Wigfield from Wirral AC, 1:47.01 his best this winter, and Callum Dodds completes the lineup. In fact, just checking, Callum Dodds looks like a non-starter down there. Well, he's a late withdrawal because he's on our start list, is Callum Dodds, but there are only 5 of them out there. Randolph running aggressively from the outside, also moving down from Tunbridge AC, slotting in the 3rd place. Wigfield gets the inside line. Randolph right on his shoulder there in the green. And Fisher in that black strip of Blackheath and Bromley AC. They come through, and the time 26.94. Nice steady first 200.
Yeah, not bad at all. Randolph went out hard yesterday in the heats. So did Joe Wigfield, the fastest through to these finals in that indoor personal best of 1:47.01. Justin Davies at the moment more than happy to just sit at the back. This is exactly what he did last week at the Keighley Classic, and then just like now he started to make a move at 400, and it's 54.79. It's not quick at all, Tim.
It's not quick, no. That is slow. Oh, a lot of pushing there. Big shove there from the Tunbridge AC man, Jack Higgins over Justin Davies. Davies, though, a big run there. Surge down the back straight on the penultimate lap to ease into the lead and get out Randolph. Good tactical running that, because he leads now in the bell. Whenever he's beginning to tire, he goes through in 1:20, 80.64 at the bell. Davies leading. Has he got it right here? Randolph in his slipstream. Oh, and he almost trips there on Davies. Does Tom Randolph down the back straight, going into the back straight. 100 metres to run. Davies still leading. Randolph has got him in his sights. These two beginning to get away now. They come into the straight, and Davies easing away now. Been a brilliant run from him. Randolph surely affected by that trip, losing ground, and they're coming through on the inside there. I think it was Higgins snatching second place for Tunbridge AC. What an untidy race that turned out to be over the last lap. Dear oh dear. Tom Randolph, I'm not sure he thought he could go through on the inside ahead of Davies with about 180 to go, 170 to go, just as they enter the back straight. He tried almost to go inside Justin Davies, and Davies closed in towards the curb more, and therefore Randolph had to cut his stride. He was clipped, I think, even, and you lose so much momentum when that's happened. I've had it happen to me. It's not so bad mid-race, but when the adrenaline is beginning to really take his toll in your legs and you're trying to accelerate, boy, does it have a bad effect.
Yeah, Tom Randolph was going so well at that point, and to be honest with you, that trip didn't really affect him that much. He kept going, but it made an impact in the final 30 metres because he just kind of ran out of steam. The reigning champion before that race, Jack Higgins, he was so far down with 100 metres to go. I didn't think there was any chance of getting amongst the medals, but they all started coming back at him, and he's so strong in the final 50. He just reeled them in, and 1:48.02 for him, a second consecutive UK indoor medal.
Yeah, we're just going to look at the replay there. I mean, the door opened for him, didn't he? And he took it. This was when the guys were approaching the bell. I was a little bit worried that Davies had to work so hard 500 metres out, and I was just hoping that he hadn't kind of blown everything and put everything into that. But yet we can just look at Randolph. He almost went inside. He almost sort of overbalanced. That was kind of his own fault.
But it was. But, you know, Justin Davies got such long legs, and he's got a very long stride too, so there's that backlift is deceptive. You need to leave a big gap between yourself and him if you're behind him to clear those feet.
But look at that door they've left open for Higgins. He was saying, thank you very much. What a surge from him. Great running from Davies. I think we could have all probably predicted that, having watched him last week. He looked so good last week. To now come and take your first title, you're on the way to Appledore.
On the way to Appledore, certainly is. Justin Davies, Jack Higgins, Tom Randolph, the medalists. Brilliant from them, and a comfortable victory for Justin Davies. More comfortable than we expected, perhaps, in what was a super fast race by the standards of these fellas.
Here's one for you. Elliot Giles has got a qualifier for that. What do they do now? They meet tonight, the selectors. Do they pick Elliot Giles? Because the only guys that have qualified are Justin Davies and Elliot Giles from this year, Ben Patterson, Max Bergen, Jake Whiteman, and Elliot Giles from last season. So, I mean, as long as Elliot Giles is in one piece, surely then there's your opening and there's the door.
You're right, it's a tough decision. Medal's been presented there for that women's 1500 metres. Revik Walcott Nolan taking that silver medal. Georgia Hunter-Bell, of course, the champion, impressively so, was never really threatened. And Hunter-Bell winning in 4:13 by well over a second from Walcott Nolan. Ali Leather from Team Bath taking a brilliant bronze there. Well, that's been a very slow medal ceremony compared with what we were getting yesterday. Yesterday, they were sort of whisked over there in about 15 seconds. That was 10 minutes ago.
There was no messing, was there? I suppose we're at the end of our weekend, aren't we? And everybody's feeling a bit more languid, perhaps. And yesterday, I think they were just trying to catch up time after our earlier incident in the morning. This, though, the start list for the women's 800-metre final. It was a good tussle in the men's. I think this could be a lot closer. Hannah Cameron, Charlotte Buckley, Grace Van Agnew, she'll fancy her chances for a medal. Shakira King, the youngster, only 16 years of age, and Erin Wallace with Izzy Boffey. Well, Izzy Boffey last week at the Keighley Classic showed all that experience in racing now to get in front and come away with the win. She's a University of Birmingham alumnus and Still based here. Erin Wallace, though, Scottish athlete, 24 years of age. Wallace, a medalist last year, and Shakira King, 16 years of age. Well, there's a good opportunity for her here in this final. Grace Van Zagnew as well, lowered her best this year to 2:02.81. Southern Indoor champion a couple of years ago, 5th outdoors over the 800 last year. Charlotte Buckley, silver medalist at the Bucks Indoors in 2024. And Hannah Cameron, Scottish indoor champion. Well, the women's 800 metres, the final event of this weekend's UK Indoor Championships. Away they go. Izzy Boffey will get to the front. I don't think this is going to be that quick of a race, but there's no need to make it slow. You start to bring other people in, and Shakira King, was that Grace Van Zagnew sort of skipping through the middle and almost putting the brakes on there. Interesting start to this race.
I don't want to lead this. That was Grace Van Zagnew saying, no, I don't want to lead this, but I want to be up there at the front. And Izzy Boffey's going, well, I don't want it either. So lots of reluctant leaders here.
Well, last year it was a very quick race, won by Gemma Reekie just outside 1:58. Izzy Boffey got the silver, and it was Van Zagnew in the final, ran a personal best, but Erin Wallace got the bronze last year. So these two potentially looking to get that vacant gold medal.
Yeah, and interesting to see Shakira King, the youngster, is so used to leading races in her own age group. Well, now she's with the big guns, she's with the senior athletes. She can't do that. She's having a little battle with Erin Wallace as they come up to 2 laps to go, 400 metres.
It's slow, isn't it? Nearly 63 seconds at 400 metres. It's an event that hasn't really come alive on the global scene this winter. Only 5 women under 2 minutes in the world so far this year.
Yeah, not that quick. Wallace sitting back in around about 5th at the moment. Shakira King is well placed. Boffey just starting to brush that outside shoulder of Grace Van Zagnew. I don't think Van Zagnew would have expected to be at the front, to be honest, but 63 seconds is slow, and that just opens things up. And here comes Izzy Boffey.
Perfect for Izzy Boffey. She's had the lead out, and now she's going to hit the bell, take the lead for the first time. We've still got Shakira King, the young 16-year-old there, sitting on the shoulder of Van Zagnew.
Well, here comes Shakira King starting to stride. Erin Wallace, who's ran a lot of this race in lane 2, is still there in 4th as well. Can Boffey hold on in the final 100 metres? Van Zagnew has been at the front for so long. What's she got left in the legs? Shakira King always fighting with that forward lean, but Izzy Boffey into the home straight. Can she hold on? Van Zagnew fighting hard. It's Izzy Boffey going to hold on. She will get the gold. She's the UK Indoor Champion for 2025. It's 2:04.25 on the clock. A huge negative split. Van Zagnew did absolutely everything she could, but in the end it was Izzy Boffey with all that racing now coming good.
Do you know, you speak about racing now. I was watching Izzy Boffey really closely down the back straight, and I thought maybe she was struggling, but what she did was she held back a little bit going into the last 100 to see if anybody would come up alongside her, and then going into the final bend there was a very visible acceleration which killed off the challenge.
Yeah, and she ran very wide as well. She made sure that if anyone was going to go round her, they were going to have to go wide. They were going to have to go well into lane 2, and there's no way, you know, you could almost see, I guess, the immaturity in racing, and there's no disrespect to Shakira King because she's just got onto her first senior podium in bronze medal position, but she tried to make the move on the bend, and that's not normally where you're going to try. She just tried here with Van Zagnew, and she got onto her shoulder. She didn't make the move, and as they went into the turn, she was still battling with Van Zagnew there, and the gap was just too much for Van Zagnew to try and run down because Boffey knew she had something left. And I tell you what, you know, she had a terrible time of injuries. It didn't really happen for her last year. She's running with just new confidence this year, and I know a coaching team of Luke Gunn and obviously his wife Hannah England supporting him there with Izzy Boffey. I know they'll be absolutely delighted that she's on her way to another international championships.
Well, what a cracking race to round things off with. Izzy Boffey, UK Indoor Champion for the second time. Shakira King getting the bronze. Grace Van Zagnew, a wonderful silver. She did absolutely everything right in that race. Erin Wallace, though, only back and forth, couldn't quite get into it over the final 400.
Well, we've got to make the performance of the day announcement, and I think all three of us agreed it should go to the young high jumper from the Ayton District AC, Otis Poole, who won the men's high jump. He's 17 years old. He came into the championships with a best of 2:09. He cleared 2:20. I mean, he changed class today before our eyes in one competition.
I don't think there's anyone in this stadium could disagree with the Michael Plus athlete of the day being Otis, because I mean I'd been writing them down. Haydock Wilson back to his best. That was a great race in the 400 metres. Championship record for George Mills and Neil Gourley. Two phenomenal, well actually four, well six.
Morgan Lane, I mean, back to her best form, you know, close to her best form.
There are a lot in there, but to see a 17-year-old with nothing to lose come out here with a PB of 2 metres and 9 to add 11 centimetres and then go and attack 2:22 and just marginally...
So the Micro Plus performance of the day, did we do the deal with him? Because he gets a £500 check, didn't we?
Well, we didn't get anything from last night either, so no. Look, he's 17. He's 17, he needs that.
Oh, good luck to him. That was brilliant. It was such a joy seeing a young man develop before our very eyes so quickly.
Yeah, Otis Poole only invited a couple of days ago as well, which makes it even more extraordinary.
Absolutely. Yeah, now what's your standout performance of the weekend, aside from our performances of the day yesterday, but today, Scott? I mean, for me, I think it's just, it underlines the talent that we've got here in the UK. So many youngsters coming through and taking medals, producing personal bests, performing with real maturity. That was what was nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, for me, there's been new faces, new names that I've never seen, and I think they've been able to step up. And I think sometimes that's, you know, I remember my first indoors, well, we've actually just seen her presenting an award, Sally Gunnell, the great Sally Gunnell. I ran against her in 1995. I was 19. I was in absolute awe. This is just somebody who I'd watched win the Olympic title in 1992, and I never thought I would race against her. And then you get this chance. And that's what we've seen here, you know, people going toe-to-toe with, you know, Hannah Nuttall obviously taking the scalp of Laura Muir this evening. You know, there's lots of athletes that will have left here this weekend and think I've done a good job.
And do you know what, Scott? The standard this weekend, the competition and the standard set in majority of disciplines, quite fabulous when you think of how many big names were missing. So I think we have been very, very lucky, and it has underlined the UK scene in track and field. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of noise earlier in the week that Lavia Nielsen and Gemma Reekie had ended their indoor seasons. Obviously, Keely Hodgkinson, who was expected to go to the European and World indoors, not going to happen with that hamstring injury. But despite all of that, we've had people step up. Jeremiah Azu back to his absolute best with that 6:56 win. The two 3,000 metre finals, two of the best ever championship records in the men's 1500, as well as we have a look at some of the final medals being dished out. Yes, that men's 800 metres was special, wasn't it? Absolutely brilliant. Jack Higgins from Tunbridge AC taking the silver medal. Challenged hard. Justin Davies, of course, the champion. That bronze medal went to Tom Randolph, who managed to hang on despite the dive at the line to a medal, 148.11. I'm sure he's very disappointed with it. Jack Higgins, 148.02, just ahead of him, but class apart, frankly, the Team Bath man on this occasion. 147.2. He won by the fat end of a second, Justin Davies. Brilliant from him. It's a new middle distance name that we'll have to get used to this coming year, and what a joy that'll be.
Excited to see what he can do at the European Indoor Championships. I mean, it's wide open. It's an event which can go anywhere. We've seen before that, I think, about 8 in the final a couple of years ago when Guy Learmonth was contesting for it. So if he can get to the final, he's somebody with that long striding tall figure that could really cause problems for some of the others.
And Ali, your highlight from the sprints this weekend? I mean, 2 days of brilliant action.
I think great to see. You know, we've had so many athletes, the likes of Brodie Young, Jaden Smith, that are all US based, and I think to be able to see Amber Anning come here, she's in Arkansas, she's US based, but to take this seriously, she's obviously meaning business, wants to go to the European and World Indoors, and that's not going to be easy because actually the strength and depth is in Europe over 400 metres. So I've enjoyed seeing Amber. You know, great 3 rounds for her. I think probably some of the sprint action that we saw yesterday. You know, when you think back to those 60 metres, everyone thought Amy Hunt had it in the bag after the semi-final, and it was the elder statesman or woman of Bianca Williams who came and took that title, her first indoor title.
Yeah, Bianca Williams at 31. Been through the mill in many respects this last couple of years, but what a performance from her to come out and run a personal best.
Yeah, and I think, she's been such a vital part of the relay team for so long and has got world and Olympic medals, European medals. But to be able to come here and stand on your own and do it yourself, she's going into the Europeans. It's not going to be easy. Sprint 60 metres in Europe with the likes of Dosso, Svoboda, isn't going to be tough. They're running sort of 7-0. But I think she's showing that she's in the shape of her life. So I have no doubt that she'll give it her all come Appledore.
Being a sprinter,
well, I was going to say
useful,
she was pretty. I was just looking actually at when we were on the 200, the all-time list. She's still there as Paula Dunn, as we knew her then.
What a moment for Shakira King then. 2:04.64. A fantastic run to take the bronze medal. Grace Banzagnu, though, who I think unintentionally found herself at the front of the race 100 metres in, stuck to her guns and showed that experience she's been building over the last couple of years to take the silver medal. And she was almost at one point, I thought, trying to chase down Izzy Boffey in that final 50 metres. But Izzy Boffey, 2:04.24. We've said before she's got a great racing brain. She showed it last weekend at the Keighley Classic. I think that gave her so much joy and so much confidence coming into this weekend. But Izzy Boffey, a champion in this event at the UK Indoors a couple of years ago, picked the silver last year. She is the UK champion once again.
And I think she'll take that confidence in. I think you both said it already. 800 hasn't been... No one's really set it alight this year, not just on the world stage, but in Europe. So Gemma Reeke's still #1 ranked, and we know that she's already decided she doesn't want to go. She's shut her season down now and gone back to getting ready for the outdoor season. So she's the only woman under 2 minutes in Europe this year, with Vero from Switzerland behind her, and then a couple of Polish athletes. But I think there's a real opportunity for Izzy to get a medal.
Well, we're going to leave you now. I hope you've enjoyed these 2 days of action here from Alison Kirbich, Lee Scott Eburn and myself, Tim Hutchins. It has been a fabulous couple of days of action for these Microplus UK Athletics Indoor Championships. Of course, the European Indoor Championships begins on Thursday week. 4 days of action in Apeldoorn in Netherlands. So the British team, we think, right after these 2 days, we can be sure is going to be pretty strong going to Holland. And hopefully we'll come back with a mass of medals. But Scott, from yourself, any final words?
Just a cracking weekend. I think it bodes well for the European Indoors and maybe the World Indoors as well.
World Indoors as well. The summer is a long way away. So much more to come in this indoor season. Thanks for being with us. It's been a real pleasure having your company. And we'll see you again. Bye-bye.